The night sky stretched wide above, glittering with stars that felt brighter than usual, but Alucard couldn't see them. The dense canopy overhead filtered out the heavens, allowing only slivers of moonlight to pierce through. Still, the forest had its own serenity. A calm breeze carried the scent of grass and earth, mingling with the rhythmic chorus of crickets and rustling leaves. He lay reclined in a shallow dip in the earth, a book open in his hands. Despite the darkness, he read with ease. His vampiric eyes saw the words as clearly as if it were daylight. The grass beneath him felt softer than the pillow in his old dormitory. He hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. The city had been a constant source of stress and noise, but out here, nestled on the outskirts, the world seemed to slow down, offering him a moment of peace. "Luck, see anything yet?" Alucard whispered, eyes flicking between the book's lines. "Not yet, my lord," came the sleepy reply from above. The fairy's voice was muffled by a yawn. 2 nights. That's how long they've been camping in this very spot, waiting for something, anything, to show up. Before departing, Alucard had informed Havel that he wouldn't be returning to the library for a while. The reason was twofold. First, a guild event loomed on the horizon, one that required him to attain silver rank, 2 tiers above his current copper. A golden opportunity, one he couldn't afford to miss. But more urgently, there was the hunger. He had miscalculated. His first blood frenzy had taken weeks to build, leading him to believe he had time. But now, barely 7 days later, the ache had returned. Subtle, but unmistakable. He blamed it on mental exhaustion from sleepless nights buried in books. Or perhaps it was the increased exposure to sunlight, something his body still hadn't adapted to. Either way, he needed to feed soon, before things got out of hand. At first, he tried animal blood. It did little to satisfy the craving, and hunting within the city, too risky. So, he and Luck had chosen this place, a secluded spot near a lightly trafficked road with plenty of natural cover. Perfect for bandits. Or so he thought. So far, nothing. Maybe we need to relocate, he mused with a sigh. Luck's voice chimed again, hesitant. "My lord, forgive me for asking, but why don't we target travelers or caravans? We've seen a few pass by, isolated and unguarded." Alucard flipped a page lazily, then answered without looking up. "Because I prefer quality over quantity. Bandits are stronger. Their blood is richer, more satisfying. Drinking from weak merchants or villagers wouldn't keep the hunger at bay for long, and I'd rather not waste time." A pause, then he added, "Besides, bandits are expendable. No one will miss them." To him, it made sense. But somewhere deep down, he knew part of his reasoning was a rationalization, a convenient excuse to avoid doing what he didn't want to become. Luck nodded slowly. "I thought it was compassion for humans, but I understand now. Thank you for explaining." "Well," Alucard said with a slight shrug, "there's that too. We might need to blend in with humans long term. Best not to burn bridges before we cross them." Luck's eyes widened with realization. "I never considered that." But before he could say more, Alucard raised a hand. "Chill. I hear something." There it was. The soft, rhythmic creak of wooden wheels bouncing against dirt and stone. A cart. But beneath it, quieter still, the measured crunch of footsteps in the underbrush. "Luck, go airborne. Don't come down unless I say so." With a flash of recognition, Luck's tiny form vanished into the sky. Alucard closed his book and stowed it away, then melted back into the shadows. He remained utterly still, not even breathing, his ears tuned to the subtle sounds drawing closer. Then, in a whisper barely audible, he muttered, "Night Stalker." A haze of dark energy shimmered around him, cloaking his form. The spell didn't grant invisibility, but it dulled his presence, blending him seamlessly into the gloom. Only the most perceptive could hope to notice him now. A faint light appeared in the distance. Lanterns from the carriage, likely. As it neared, he caught movement to his right, a figure emerging from the trees. A man, clad in dark clothing, leapt over the small depression Alucard had hidden in, landing silently on a hillock overlooking the road. Hooded, armed, oblivious to the predator mere meters behind him. Alucard didn't move. Not yet. He waited for the cart to draw closer, letting its noise mask any sound he might make. Then, slowly, like a shadow given form, he rose to a crouch. His lips curled into a faint smile. Finally, his patience was about to bear fruit. But he remained careful. This wasn't overconfidence. It was calculation. There were likely more bandits nearby, waiting to spring the trap. But that suited Alucard just fine. They were waiting for prey. They just didn't know the real predator was already here. With practiced silence, he crept forward, each movement fluid and precise, like a beast in its natural habitat. His mind sharpened. His steps softened. He was ready, and when the moment came, he would strike like the night itself. From the veil of darkness, a wave of cloaked figures erupted, blades gleaming, movements sharp and practiced, as they descended upon the unsuspecting carriage. The coachman barely had time to gasp. Terror flashed across his face, mirrored in the wild eyes of the horses, who reared back with a shriek that echoed through the forest before jerking the carriage to a sudden halt. The leader of the bandits stood out with ease, his cloak marked with a deep shade of purple and a conjured flame illuminating his smirking face beneath the hood. "Listen here. You're surrounded. We won't hesitate to burn you alive. Now come out." Yeah, a blood-curdling scream tore through the night like a banshee's wail, cutting off his command mid-sentence. Every head turned toward the forest, expressions of smug confidence turning to alarm. What the hell was that? A beast? Impossible. We scouted the area. There's no way. Thud. Something slammed onto the dirt before them, tumbling between their feet. A body. The stench of scorched flesh hit them a second before the sight did. One of their own, charred beyond recognition, skin cracked and blackened like molten stone. The only clue to his identity was the familiar garb still clinging to the corpse. What is that?" one muttered in disbelief. "Ahhhhhhh." Another scream, closer this time. They spun toward the sound to find a man rolling on the ground, engulfed in flames, shrieking as his body cooked alive. Before anyone could react, a volley of icy spears burst from the shadows, impaling several more. Screams followed. Chaos rippled through the ranks. My eye. It got my eye. What the hell is happening? What had moments ago been a disciplined force now trembled in confusion and pain. "Pull yourselves together, damn it," the leader bellowed, his flame flaring brighter. "We've lost a few men, not the whole damn army. We're still 30 strong. It's just one man. Stop panicking and fire." At his command, the mages raised their hands, unleashing a barrage of elemental spells toward the direction of the last attack. The forest exploded in light and destruction. Trees splintered, ground shattered. If anything had been there, it wasn't anymore. But no human scream followed. No body fell. And then came another strike. Ice. Fire. From the opposite direction. They reacted faster this time, raising shields, bracing with magic. Some spells were intercepted, but not all. More fell. "Spread out," the leader snarled. "We're bunched up like fools. 10 of you, into the forest. He's using the darkness and elevation. Flush him out, go." The men obeyed, fanning out in teams of 3 and 4. Each group had a mage casting radiant orbs of light to cut through the gloom. Alucard watched from the shadows, lips pursed in a quiet scowl. Shit. He had hoped they'd blunder into the dark blind, vulnerable. But the magical lights spoiled that. These men were better trained than he expected. More numerous, too. Still, he had done well. He'd slain several already, feeding to the brim from the first kill. The flood of XP had already leveled him up twice. His objective was complete. Anything more would be reckless. He turned his gaze toward the city, prepared to disappear into the forest and leave the rest behind. Then, a scream erupted from the carriage. He spun, expecting slaughter. Instead, what he saw forced his eyes wide. Battle. Not a massacre, but full-blown combat. The carriage was now enveloped in a shimmering green barrier, and surrounding it stood 4 warriors, none of whom had been there before. One towered over the others, wielding a massive greatsword that cleaved enemies in two with every effortless swing. Another stood further back, robed and calm, staff glowing with nature-infused energy. A third figure, an archer, leapt between trees with inhuman agility, releasing volleys that struck down bandits mid-charge. And then there was the fourth, slighter in build, a man with a glinting rapier that moved like lightning, each thrust a blur, each motion a deadly dance. Whoever's in the forest, return to formation. Now, the leader howled in desperation. The scouting parties didn't hesitate. The confident swagger they once had was replaced with panic. They rushed back toward the road, toward the battle. They didn't make it far. Like a shadow incarnate, Alucard emerged behind them, silent and precise. One by one, daggers pierced their throats. They dropped without a sound, their blood darkening the forest floor. By the time the last man fell, Alucard was already rising, his white mask streaked with crimson. Then, level up. Congratulations. You have reached the requirements to unlock the assassin class. Would you like to unlock it? Yes, not now. He stared at the notification, eyes narrowing. A grin touched his lips. Well, maybe I'll stay a little longer after all.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
The tables of battle had suddenly been turned, and the bandits were on their last legs. Their unity was completely broken, and all that was left of them was panic and their selfish will to survive. Alucard used all of his powers and all his senses. He threw caution to the wind, yet in the current state of battle, caution was not nearly as required. He stayed in the shadows no longer as he showed himself in an attempt to take out as many enemies as he could. The bandits in front of him were nothing but piles of walking blood and XP, and it was a race against time to see how many he could eliminate before those 4 unknown warriors did it for him. Like a grim reaper wielding daggers, he elegantly maneuvered his way around the battlefield, cutting down all those who stood in his path in a manner that felt all too natural. Anyone who recklessly approached from behind was blasted with a quick fireball they did not expect, and any others would be taken out from the dark with dagger play they had never seen before in their lives. As he neared his foes, he could immediately sense the fear overwhelming them. Some even stood motionless as their heads were cleaved clean off and rolled on the ground, showering the battlefield in crimson blood like a sprinkler. His Blood Fury passive seemed to be doing its job quite well. He did not feel much stronger than the average bandit, yet the air of dominance and death exuding from him killing so many sent fear down their spines, unlike any fear they had felt in a very long time. Eventually, he had made his way towards the carriage, and there did he and the 4 warriors finally come face to face. They simply shared a glance for a split second acknowledging each other's presence, and in that split second, it was more than clear that they were on the same side. The center of the battlefield was far more compact than that of the outskirts filled with weak-hearted, fleeing bandits. It posed much more of a challenge. However, he along with those 4 warriors worked together in ways he would have never predicted to combat them. As they fought side by side, Alucard noticed the use of what he could only assume to be key arts he had never seen before in his life. Things such as the man with the great sword swinging only a single time, but that single vertical swing would take out 4 enemies, as if it were 4 slashes, and immense gusts of wind emitting from the bow user's arrows as they cleaved through the air. They had each other's back and covered their weaknesses, working in tandem like he too was part of their team, almost as though it were instinct. And before long, all the bandits that once stood were dead, littering the ground, all but a few of them who had willingly surrendered themselves for questioning, and their leader, cloaked in purple, not out of choice but by force. Seems like all has been taken care of. Alucard breathed a slight sigh of relief beneath his mask and resheathed his blades under his now filthy cloak, taking slight looks towards the 4 men to his side. Gold plates, huh? Interesting. Through the mayhem and thick of battle, he did not notice it, but now that it was calm and all over did, he remarked the gold plate hung around all their necks. Sir Leesvern, the sound has stopped. Is it safe to finally come out? The voice of a terrified man suddenly appeared as the doors to the carriage were slowly opened. Yes, coachman, it's all over. You did a damn good job staying calm when it came to it. You can tell the mistress that the danger has been taken care of. The bloody-faced, blonde-haired warrior previously wielding a greatsword smiled towards the worried middle-aged man as he finished tying one of the surrendered bandits. "Why, yes, sir," he replied, quickly shutting the door. "There we go." He smiled, dusting his hands off. "If you guys don't mind, tie up the rest for me, will ya?" "Got it." His team nodded towards him like he was their leader as they continued doing as they were told. The blonde, greatsword-wielding man of slightly above average height, and looks now known as Leesvern, took a deep breath and shifted his ocean-like aqua eyes to a certain man to his side. "You've sure stayed quiet there, leader. You've really got nothing to say? If you answer my questions, you can save yourself a lot of pain. Why did you want to harm the mistress? Who sent you? Your men don't seem to know. They just blindly followed you." "I ain't saying anything. Torture me all you'd like." The leader scoffed, curling his lips. "Fine, be that way." Leesvern sighed, turning away from him and instead redirecting his attention to the masked man in the distance, and his serious expression immediately subsided into an upbeat smile. "Hello there, stranger. Thank you so much for your help. We really worked well together out there. Without you, I wasn't sure we would have been able to protect the carriage. You're a lifesaver. Sadly, I don't think my lady has time to see you nor to pay you for your efforts, but me and my team are in your debt." "Oh, no need for the flattery. I just did what I thought to be best, and nothing more. As soon as I saw those bandits, I knew what had to be done. I just happened to be sleeping around here when I heard people come this way. It's quite a coincidence, really. Come on, man. You're being too modest. My team and I really do owe you one. Not only did you buy enough time for Taylor to complete his protection spell, so they didn't burn down the carriage, but you also caused distress in their ranks and split their formation almost in half when the leader sent people to look for you in the forest." "I see. Well, it's truly my pleasure to help and fight alongside you." Alucard nodded. "Likewise." Lisfern's smile grew even brighter. "Anyways, why would you be sleeping in the forest so late at night? Do you not have anywhere to sleep?" he casually asked. "Well, I'm an adventurer at the guild, so I have a roof I can call home the room I'm renting. But that place is far less than comfortable." "Wait, you're also an adventurer? Huh, but how are you only a copper rank? That's unbelievable. With your skill, you should be at least silver. No, probably even gold." His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he noticed the copper plate hanging around his neck. "Well, I only joined the guild a few days ago, and had yet to embark on a single mission yet. You see, I'm new to this city of Anri, and I spent my first few days here getting accustomed to my new environment." "Ah, that makes a lot more sense now." Lisvern's bewilderment lessened. "Anyways, if you don't mind me asking, seeing how you two are an adventurer, how had you been hired to do this?" "It's strictly forbidden from my knowledge, since an adventurer's only job is to hunt down monsters." Alucard asked with a hint of curiosity. "Oh well, that's quite simple." He smirked, crossing his arms. "We were never hired to deal with bandits. We were only tasked to protect our targets from possible monster attacks as we escort them. What we did here was self-defense. Nothing in the guild rules stopping us from doing that." "Smart." Alucard simpered from beneath his mask. "Leesvern, we're all done here. We should really get going to tell the authorities to clean this up and to get our mistress to safety." There was a sudden voice from behind, and Leesvern immediately answered and turned his head. "1 second. I'll be right there." He yelled back. "I see that you're busy. It was quite nice talking to you, but I think it'd be best if we part ways here. I need not pry further into your mission anymore, just like you didn't pry too much into me. Whatever you're doing seems to be pretty important and secretive, seeing how many bandits were out to get you. Best of luck to you and your team. Wait, but before you go, can you tell me your name?" "Alucard. My name is Alucard." He turned around and responded. "Alucard, eh? Pretty cool name. Well, I'm Leesvern, the leader of the Hollow Slayers Adventurer Group. It's truly an honor to meet you. And as you leave, remember this, I'm in your debt. If you even need anything, please let me know." He put his arm out for a handshake, and Alucard shook it with no real hesitation. "I'll be glad to take you up on that offer." They tightly shook each other's hands, and let go at the same time, and without exchanging a single word more did Alucard once again turn around and stride back into the darkness where he emerged. Leesvern, come on. What's taking so long? Coming. He nodded and ran towards the carriage, and when he turned his head around for an instant, he noticed that the once masked man who was there was no longer visible and had completely disappeared into the night, and he could not help but smile as he turned around, running faster toward his carriage's open doors. Lady Filianor, those bandits were certainly sent by someone from the capital. Not many knew of your departure, and so many bandits sent was no mere coincidence. An official from the castle wants you dead. Apologies for being so late. Leesvern spoke, entering the large carriage in the middle of another speech and closing the door behind him. Inside the lightly decorated wooden carriage were 6 figures that had more than enough room to mark their own territory. The 4 adventurers who had just fought in battle were drenched in blood from head to toe, and had it not been for their spellcaster's expertise, would the lady they were tasked to protect most likely find it uncomfortable, she and her assistant. She was a lady with a gentle, elegant air to her looks. Her thin, tender arms were exposed through the snow-white dress that hugged her rather tightly, and her face was barely seen through the thick veil covering her features. Leesvern, what took you so long? We even cleaned out all the corpses so the carriage can properly move. The short-statured rapier wielder spoke. Oh, I was just talking to the guy in the mask, that's all. Leesvern casually responded. I see, but we're in a hurry. I'm sure we'll see him again soon. He inwardly nodded. That was when a soft, tender voice soothed into their ears, and their attentions were immediately grabbed by the fair maiden in white who had barely spoken to them ever since their depart. Who is this masked man you speak of? She asked, and the stiff-looking Leesvern immediately responded. My lady. He was an adventurer who had been lying down here to relax when he sensed danger approaching. Then he helped us defeat those bandits attacking us by causing confusion in their ranks and splitting their numbers. We would have never survived without him. Ah, I see. She nodded slightly. Where is he now? I would have liked to see the face of my savior. Leesvern's eyes grew wide hearing such a request, and not before gulping a mouthful of saliva did he reply. Apologies, my lady, but the man you seek is no longer with us. He had already left for the city of Anri. Oh, 'tis a pity indeed. She sighed. What was his name? His name was Alucard, and he was a copper-rank adventurer. An odd name indeed. Lady Filianor. If I had known you would have wanted his presence, I would have not let him leave so easily. I just assumed that you did not want to slow down or risk exposing who you are. He shouldn't be that far, my lady. If I leave now, I should be able to find him and bring him back. No need for that. She waved her hands. I have a feeling that this was not the last time we meet. Certainly, one day, we will be fated to meet again. Through the open, grassy plains separating the forest to the city, unhindered from the starry sky walked Alucard, the cold wind blowing on his face and much brewing in his mind. What was that? He thought, shaking his head. At first, he had planned to request some sort of reward from whoever was in that carriage. After all, he did save their lives, and from the evidence presented to him, they seemed fairly rich. But that plan suddenly changed, and he decided to quickly leave instead and not push any further. There was a certain disturbance he sensed from that carriage, a feeling overwhelming all his wits, screaming at him to leave and not approach as though it was forbidden ground. It was a feeling he had felt once before during the night of the escape from his capture, yet this one possessed a different, subtle, more tranquil vibe. Indeed, his curiosity was piqued, yet he dared not approach as though it was a primal survival instinct begging him to leave. It was a matter he would leave for another time. He was certain he would eventually find answers. This was just more of a reminder that he was still far too weak, and that this world was a vicious place where no one could be trusted and where danger could be found even in the least likely of places and in the most honest-looking of people, which, now that he thought about it, shared many parallels with the world he once called home. It was more reason for him to stay on edge and not let his guard down no matter what. Still, that did not mean that his venture was all for naught. In fact, it was quite the opposite. It was more of a success than he ever anticipated. Not only did he successfully satiate his hunger, but he had earned the favor of a gold rank adventure group and had most certainly raised his own reputation doing so. However, what was most successful about the endeavor in his mind was all the XP and levels he had obtained. After so long, he had finally managed to break past the level 10 threshold, going all the way from level 9 to level 13 from a single encounter. There was much he needed to assign. It was more XP than he could have ever imagined. He could not help but smirk from beneath his mask as he opened his stats menu and assigned all of his points according to what he had planned. Name, Balls Deep 69. Race, Vampire. Level, 13. Available stat points, 0. Available class points, 1. Stats, HP, 12. MP, 12. PHY, ATK, 20. Mag, ATK, 12. PHY, Def, 13. Mag, Def, 12. Agility, 20. Special, 15. Resist, 7. Magic and Skills. Bind, Tier 2. Blood Arts. Limit Burst, Tier 4. Bludgeoning Resistance, Tier 2. Charm Person, Tier 3. Drain, Tier 3. Fireball, Tier 3. Full Moon. Crimson Nova, Tier 6. Ice Shards, Tier 2. Minor Strength Boost, Tier 2. Night Stalker, Tier 3. Quick Sprint, Tier 1. Snare, Tier 2. Click to see details. Special Passives. Bloodlust. Blood Frenzy. Blood Furor. Undead Presence. Click to see details. Race Classes. Vampire, LVL 5. Job Classes. Battle Mage, LVL 4. Bloodsucker, LVL 3. Pending Classes. Assassin. He finished allocating his stat points, yet he still had one class point remaining that he was unsure where to assign. And as he pondered, he could not help but find his eyes hovering over the single pending class he had just obtained. The Assassin class. It was a class he had been curious about ever since he had entered this new world. In theory, it would be a class that would perfectly complement the abilities of a vampire. However, reality was not as generous. In fact, many of the spells and passives unlocked through the Assassin class had their counterparts within the Vampire and even the Battle Mage classes. Perfect examples of this were skills such as Night Stalker, which was a clear upgrade over the Assassin class's Deception Veil, but exclusive for vampires. The Illusionist class was a much better asset to him, and a class certainly on his list to obtain. The only benefit he could possibly see to justify the Assassin class was it was one of the only classes that possessed a perk where sneak attacks dealt extra damage, depending on the special stat. However, that perk was rather useless the more he thought about it. In Rebirth, stealth kills meant more than nothing and were difficult to execute. The bulk of the game would simply not allow it to happen due to the highly perceptive AI, or it was simply not viable, such as in boss encounters where seeking was not possible. On the other hand, if that perk also existed in the new world, it would not have its use either, especially for a melee wizard hybrid, such as his current self. If he had the ability to sneak up on someone, then it would be natural to go for their vitals and take them out with one strike. The extra damage from the perk would have been wasted. Although, if the min-maxed build he had in mind was possible, that perk may become his best asset in the future. My lord, sorry for the delay. I just wanted to make sure no one saw me. So, how did it all go? That was when he suddenly heard a voice from above, and as he turned around to face the sound, did he notice a beaming purple-winged fairy fluttering his wings. Yeah, all went well. You did a good job, too, not coming down. I'm full and I got stronger. What more can I ask for, really? He smiled from beneath his mask. I guess I'll save this assassin class until later. I can always go back and get it if I ever change my mind. He thought to himself, assigning his final class point into Bloodsucker for faster, more efficient blood siphoning, and one extra stat in Special. Battle Mage was not as important to him currently, since he had already extracted all that he needed from the class for now. The next spell he would have the chance to obtain from it would not be able to be fully utilized with his current stats, so he thought it would be best for him to save it for later. On the other hand, he would have put the stat into Vampire, however his Vampire class had already reached its maximum. Currently, If he wanted to upgrade it, he would have to reach level 20. So Bloodsucker was both his best and only option, one that he was more than happy to spend his points on. But did the people you saved give you a reward? Luck wondered. There was no need. Alucard waved. It's best that way for now, don't worry. I see. Luck paused and pondered before gently gliding down on Alucard's shoulders to rest. You tired? Alucard continued to casually walk as Luck made himself comfortable on his shoulders. I haven't had good sleep in days. My apologies. Luck yawned. You did a good job. Just rest for now. Alucard chuckled. So, is it over? Where are we going now? Yeah, it's over. Alucard smiled. We won't stay up in the forest hunting like that again for quite some time. Or at least until the next time I get hungry. Right now, we're heading back to the dorm. Like I said, you really should rest. We have a big day ahead of us tomorrow. Really? What is it? Luck's tired voice sprung to life once more, and Alucard could not help but notice the excitement in his voice as he responded. Tomorrow will be our first task as adventurers. My lord, wake up. It's 9 a.m. Oh, good. It's finally time. Alucard replied in a relaxed voice. It was now the early morning, and Alucard felt refreshed, fit as a fiddle from the first ounce of sleep he had experienced in many days. The bustling atmosphere of the hall underneath leaked through the walls of his room. After all, now was the time when the guild would receive and post new missions for the day on the bulletin board. And like many things in life, it was first come, first serve. During his break, Alucard had done his research. Right now, he was dead bottom as a copper, and in order to obtain the silver plate he strived for, there were many things he could do. The adventurer ranks were based off minerals around the world, and went as follows from least to greatest: copper, iron, silver, gold, platinum, amerium, zeal, titanite, and oblivion. Each level would be based on both a mixture of the guild evaluation and the amount of money the client would be willing to pay. The danger levels were classified into tiers, ranging from beasts that even armed farmers could stave off to country-toppling threats humanity could only dream of facing. They went as follows. Level 1, 1 to 9. Level 2, 10 to 19. Level 3, 20 to 29. Level 4, 30 to 39. Level 5, 40 to 49. Level 6, 50 to 59. Level 7, 60 to 69. Level 8, 70 to 79. Level 9, 80 to 89. Level 10, 90 to 99. Level 11, 100 plus. Generally, to progress from copper to iron, a total of 10 low-end Level 1 missions needed to be completed, that or a single mission of Level 2 difficulty. And to reach from iron to silver, 10 Level 2 missions or a single Level 3 mission needed to be completed. Currently, Alucard's plan was very simple. No need to mix and match. He would take the fastest route to silver by completing a Level 2 mission and a Level 3 mission back-to-back. And he felt more than comfortable doing so, as long as the requests met his criteria. As such, in order to ensure he found one that did, he would have to race downstairs and enter a crowded guild hall for the first ever time since his initial arrival. The first thing he needed to ensure was, of course, to find a mission suited for a vampire like him. A dark cave or a request for nighttime hunting would be ideal. And the second was the estimated time he needed to complete it, which was arguably even more important in his eyes. There were 3 weeks remaining until the event he wanted to attend would officially close. However, when he told Raven about his leave, he only allowed him a maximum of 2 weeks off from his studies, or else he would not only cut off his free tutoring, but instead charge him twice the price, and the thought of that made him inwardly shudder. Alucard fought through the light hindering him through the blinds of his room and prepared all he needed before leaving, luck firmly in his pocket like normal. Immediately upon exiting through the creaking doors, the change in atmosphere was clear. The hallway that he had never seen looking like anything but an empty wasteland was now filled with adventurers conversing along with servants and maids walking through. Not even a second after he took his first step, he noticed several glances in his direction, one's casual and that did not stand out through the sea of conversations. Alucard sighed. His presence was unique and undeniable. There was no need to act subtle and conspicuous. Most looking at him bore different expressions, and Alucard didn't have time to analyze their demeanor as he quickly made his way through with his back straight and head up high as though he had no care in the world. As expected, the main guild hall was even more crowded than the hallways, yet it was not congested to the point one wouldn't be able to comfortably maneuver. Many of the people sat in groups around their tables, eating their morning breakfast, laughing and cheering. Others were at the front desks where the tens of staff workers were busy, yet the bulk of them was towards the back watching from afar as a single man marched up to a bulletin board with a pile of papers in hand, pinning them as fast as he could. Seems like I'm not late at all. Alucard smirked, walking down the stairs, reaching the bulletin board's crowds where he turned several heads as he haphazardly marched towards the front of the group. Even before the man had finished posting all of the new missions, Alucard was already reading them from afar to preemptively pick one out. Yet, sadly, his reading speed was far too slow to even remotely keep up with the pace that the missions were being posted. And as he did so, he could not help but pick up on the conversation from his side. "Hey, did you hear the news?" "What news?" "Look at the sign over there. Does it look like I can read?" "That shit is written in cursive." "What does it say?" "It says that due to unfortunate circumstances, the House of Knowledge will close in 4 days." "For real?" "What?" "I'm not sure. It doesn't say." "Shit. Well, that's a damn fucking shame. I had so many bright ideas to propose. Ain't no way I'm getting to silver rank with even a week." "Same. There's always next year, though." 4 days. Alucard's eyes nearly dropped out of his mask and rolled off the ground. He could not believe his own ears, so he decided to check himself for the chance that perhaps this was all some sick joke. Yet, as he turned his head towards the poster, his eye sockets abruptly dilated into panic, and his unbeaten heart lurched down to the deepest depths of his body. He had planned for 2 weeks, which was more than manageable, but 4 days sounded damn near impossible, and he had no time to wait for next year. The only way he could even conceivably accomplish this was if he were to choose a mission of level 4 difficulty to instantly shoot up in the ranking. However, that was impossible by himself. As a copper rank, the highest request he could accept was that of a level 2. The only way this would be even possible was if he joined a silver-ranked adventure group willing to not only embark on a level 4 mission that was recommended for gold ranks, but also be willing to take him, a copper rank with no experience in the field, along with them, which sounded more ridiculous the more he thought about it. Alucard stood motionless as though he had malfunctioned. He was a calculated man, yet he had not foreseen such a drastic change in time, which ruined everything. The man posting the requests had long finished posting, and the various adventurers were already swarming around, ripping papers off the walls. His brain was spinning in high gear, and the world gradually began to slow down, numb and fade all around him. And that was when, in the mayhem and mental turmoil, did he catch a glimpse of shiny gold hung around a man's neck out of the very corner of his eyes. A glimpse of a single man and his team sat around a table happily eating and drinking their meals. He was a man that Alucard did not think he would see so soon once again. Yet his presence rekindled the flame in Alucard's soul and inspired a chuckle from underneath his mask, followed by a wide grin from ear to ear. "Lucky you. Looks like you can now pay your debt sooner than you thought. Damn, this place is crowded. We barely even got a place to stay in the guild hall. I damn near thought we'd be forced into booking hotels from outside." A man chuckled and slammed his large wooden mug on the table. "Well, goes to show how many refugees arrived in the city after the attacks. I see a lot of copper plates. I bet a lot of people were forced to become adventurers to survive and pay the bills. It must have all been pretty wild." Another man responded, his demeanor far calmer than the man adjacent to him, as he casually took a sip of his drink. "So, where are we going now? We just gonna stay here? Our mission is over, so I'd say it'd be best if we headed back to the capital, I guess." A blonde adventurer sighed as he casually took a sip, listening to his comrades, trying his best to block out the bustling nature of the outside world. But that was when, through the thick crowds, he caught a glimpse of a man that breathed life into his amiable eyes. Alucard, is it you? Hey, how's it been? It's great to see you again so soon." "Same to you, Sir Leesfern. I hope you and your team had a safe journey after yesterday's events. Alucard nodded his head out of respect before looking up towards his teammate's stairs. My apologies. Allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Alucard, a new copper rank adventurer in the guild. We had fought briefly alongside each other yesterday on the road. I hope I'm not being an inconvenience to any of you. Hey man, stop being so stiff. They already know all about you. You got some serious skills. What are you doing still standing up? Come take a seat and join us. Leesvern laughed heartily and tapped Alucard's back in a friendly manner. Thank you so much for your hospitality. Alucard bowed and pulled a chair in an open space around the table beside Leesvern and the bow user from the day before. You know, you're a lot more formal than I thought. No simple kid from the Boonies talks like that. Your entire being is weird. You're a poor masked man with less than optimal attire fighting on the level of a silver or gold rank adventurer. But you're only a copper rank. And not only that, you just happen to be in the right place at the right time to help us. Alucard raised an eyebrow and turned his head to where that voice emerged, and his gaze met the rapier wielder who was by far the shortest of the group. His soft, less than rugged characteristics along with his height made him seem like a child. His scruffy reddish hair was short and poignant. His eyes were closed, leaning back on his chair with his arms crossed as he spoke, only to open his fiery ocean blue gaze upon him like missile fire. Vernon, what's this all about? Why are you being such a prick? Leesvern retorted. I'm just saying the facts as it is. I can't deny that he did save us, and without him, things would have been much different. But that doesn't mean I'm going to trust him so easily, even if you force me, Leesvern. Bottom line is, I can't say I can trust a man who I can't even see their face. Hey, I'm really sorry for what he said. Don't listen to him too much. He's always cranky and mistrusting, but Vernon is a really nice guy. I don't doubt your intentions, and I'm truly grateful for what you've done. Thank you. The brown-robed spellcaster spoke, trying his best to disperse the problem as he comforted and apologized. His voice was soft and gentle, yet at the same time rather jittery and filled with nervousness. His caramel hair was cut short, and his eyes shined brightly like encrusted amethysts. He was the next shortest in the group ahead of Vernon. The rapier wielder and his features were gentle, and his constitution was skinny compared to his peers, even from what Alucard could perceive under the abnormally baggy robe. No need to apologize. He has a point, and I agree. If I were you, I wouldn't trust me either, Alucard sighed. I'm a new adventurer who arrived here from a faraway, rural village. I've trained ever since I was young. I'm a simple copper rank, since all must start at the bottom, and I had yet to complete any mission since I had only just arrived in town. When I was but a little child, I was greatly abused, and my face suffered the punishment. He held his mask tightly, lifting it up only slightly, revealing his chin. His skin was scarred bright red, and it seemed as though it was filled with disgusting rot. From the little that they saw, they inwardly shuddered, and the drinks they had just drunk began to react vigorously with their turning stomachs. That's all you're going to get, and I don't plan to show more. I've worn this mask ever since my scars. Never once took it off, and don't plan to now either. If you want to trust me, it's up to you. But just like you don't trust me, I don't fully trust any of you either. I've no need to explain myself any further. Great. That's not bad. Leesvern laughed. This is like how all relationships start. We may not have trust now, but I'm sure we'll build some soon. We did fight life or death with each other. That's more than I could say for even my closest buddies at home. I'd have to agree with Leesvern on this one. I'm all for it. You'll need to loosen up. Especially you, Vernon. For once, listen to Taylor and show some appreciation. The archer, who almost seemed like the eldest brother of the group, spoke in a strong yet casual voice, staring daggers at Vernon, who immediately scoffed and looked away. His hair was a bright purple and fell down slightly over his hazel eyes. His face had several scratches and small scars, yet its features were solid. What truly defined it was his firm jaw and small nose that almost seemed to lack an arch. His arms were crossed around his waist, and his posture showed calmness and maturity, and his blue leather armor was light and nimble compared to everyone else's, fit for an archer. Yeah, whatever, Vernon grunted, rubbing his head. I'm going to trust you guys on this one, but that's about it. He shook his head before continuing. Anyways, You, Alucard. I'm almost certain you didn't come here to have a friendly conversation. You clearly want something, so talk. Oh, so you found me out. Well, I won't delay you any longer. Alucard smiled from beneath his mask. Your leader Leesvern said that he and all of you are in my debt, so I've come here to make a request. I request that you allow me to join your team for a simple level 4 mission. I hope that's not too much to ask. He pulled out a large, crumpled piece of brown paper from his pocket. Everyone around the table instinctively leaned in closer to peer over at the request, but Leesvern snatched it away before any of them read past the first few words as he read the request out loud with great intrigue. Level 4 request. Danger level 30. Greetings, brave adventurers. I am a chief of the border village of Yorkshire. For many years, our poor village has been haunted by death with every step. The mountain that was once home for our livestock is now unsafe, terrorized by a cave-dwelling monster. The animals that once called the mountain home and made up most of our meals have all run away, and now we are struggling to plant food on our less than fertile soil. Thanks to this, our land is poor and rampant with crime, our people are sick, and our children are dying of hunger. We have sent many of our strongest warriors from our village to that cave to slay what laid inside, yet none have ever returned alive. Please, you are our only hope. Reward, 25 silver coins. The village of Yorkshire, huh? It's only a day's journey from the city. Not too bad, actually. And the mission is only to defeat a single danger level 30 monster. Not bad either. Leesvern smirked and placed the paper back down on the table for the others to see. Yeah, but this request is kind of odd, isn't it? Taylor remarked. You're right. Vernon nodded. The pay is way too low for a request like this. In fact, it's actually the bare minimum for a danger level 30 request. 25 silver coins. Even the lowest a person would usually see for a level 4 request would be 50 silver coins. I can guarantee you 99% of adventurers would laugh and not take the request as they don't see it worth the time or effort. The reward being so low could only mean one thing. It means that the village is really desperate. Alucard casually interrupted, finishing Vernon's sentence. They probably slaved away trying to gather the money needed and simply posted the request as fast as they could. ISIS, that why you chose this request, Mr. Alucard? Taylor asked. Yes, partly. Alucard turned his head to face them. Anyways, so what will it be? You guys willing to help me out with this one? I can't really do it myself considering I can only take level 2 missions, and I'm not sure I can face that beast all alone. He leaned forward and asked, his somber voice easing into the table's ears. Well, yeah, of course. We've done a lot of requests like this. This shouldn't be more than 4 days to finish if we set off right now. If anything, I find this too lenient for saving our asses yesterday. Leesvern's smile grew bright as he peered over towards Alucard, tapping his back once more. Yeah, it'd be best if we leave now. I don't see a problem with any of this. We needed something to do anyway, so why not, right? What do you guys say? The archer commented before looking over towards Vernon and Taylor. Of course I'll join, Taylor asserted. Yeah, whatever I'm in. Vernon yawned and waved his hands. Is that so? Thank you so much for your generosity. 4 days to complete is just the amount of time I was looking for. I'm truly in your debt, Sir Leesvern. You and all the Hollow Slayers. Alucard lowered his head. Just call me Leesvern, okay? No need for honorifics. And besides, you're not in my debt. If anything, we're all still in yours until we get this mission finished with. Leesvern leaned in closer, and he watched as Alucard slowly lifted his masked visage up to face him. Anyways, he smirked, suddenly bursting out of his seat, smacking his hands on the table as he grabbed the request paper with his right. I'm going to go to the front desk to confirm the request. You guys go out and get ready. Alucard, me and my team will see you at the southern gate of the city in 2 hours. Then we'll set off. We have 6 hours of traveling ahead of us, so we can discuss much on the way. How does that sound? It sounds good to me. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. Alucard sighed upon re-entering his room, one that bore much weight to it as his expression turned into a bright smile, forcing his sun-aching body to rest upon his rock-hard bed. That went a lot better than I expected. He thought to himself, staring up at the ceiling before he suddenly felt a rumbling down in his pockets as Luck emerged to greet him. "And my lord, how is your wound? Do you want me to heal it for you now?" Luck asked in a jittery voice, his body sweating all over. "Don't worry, Luck. The wound should be going away now. See," he lifted his mask up slightly to reveal his chin. "It didn't really hurt that much anyway." "Okay, if you say so." Luck nodded. "But was that really necessary, my lord? Did you really have to do all of that?" "In my eyes, yes. I had to gain their trust no matter what. And I need to make a foundation for why I keep my face masked anyways. Now is a good start." Prior to going to their group, Alucard had visited the restroom. Of course, there was no way he would be able to injure himself with his own magic, so he had to improvise. Thus, he took a cup of water and heated it up with a fireball to boiling temperature before slathering his chin with no hesitation despite his weakness, all for the burn marks. And as for the rot, he had just asked Luck to cast a light spell against him which invoked a debuff onto him, one that would cause rot to fester upon his undead skin. Indeed, despite his words and silence at the time, the pain was immense, yet worth it in his eyes. For now, this was the only way to justify his mask, and the only way to sell his lie, at least until he gained the illusionist class or another spell that allowed him to temporarily change his face. "My lord, are you sure you could trust that group?" "No, not really. Even though there are very clear advantages to joining them. I can't say I trust anyone actually, but do I really have any other choice?" He relaxed on his bed even more as he closed one of his eyes. "I suppose not," Luck replied, looking down as Alucard responded. "Looking at things objectively, they do seem pretty trustworthy. The chances of them turning on me are pretty low. That's why I'm so willing to go with them. They seem to have a reputation and an honor to uphold. They could have killed me last night and claimed I was one of the bandits who attacked them, yet they didn't and even offered me their help whenever I needed it. I don't see or understand any ulterior motives they could have. They seem like nice people. But like all things in life, things aren't always as they seem. I can't get too careless. Don't worry, my lord. I have you back all the way. I'll kill them all if I have to." Luck shook his head and puffed his tiny chest wide in a manner that Alucard could not help but chuckle at. "I'm certain you will, Luck. I'll be counting on you." 2 hours had passed, and it was finally time for departure. With a deep breath, Alucard dropped the book within his hands, stuffing it with him as he grabbed his bag from his side. As he went to leave through the front door, Luck flew and buried himself within Alucard's cloak, and with that, they left the room and walked towards the still-packed area below. Through the thick crowd of adventurers discussing in tables amongst themselves, he could not help but notice several glances in his direction, far more than usual, in fact. However, he did not let them slow him down as he walked out through the swinging doors. "Seems like the news spreads fast. I guess it's not too common for a copper-ranked adventurer to so suddenly be so buddy-buddy with golds," he smiled under his mask. Yet as he fully left the door, the smile was immediately wiped away from his face due to the harsh sun that completely struck his body. This was the first time in many weeks that he had allowed the full afternoon sun to strike him, and the feeling was beyond agonizing. His body felt like it weighed tons, and the heavy armor he wore increased in weight and instantly sapped any strength from his system. Had he not trained himself to not rely on his breath as a vampire should, he was more than certain he would have been a pancake flat on the ground, just as what happened before. He furrowed his eyebrows and forced his body up. There were many eyes on him right now, and he could not allow himself to show any sign of weakness lest they discover who he truly was. He steeled himself and straightened his back, channeling all the energy he could as he walked out, hunting for the shadow of a building as quickly as his body allowed, breathing a sigh of relief once all was over. As he traveled around the city heading southbound, he made sure to keep himself in the shadows, only exposing himself when absolutely necessary, which was no big deal in his eyes and not at all suspicious. This was the first time he ever witnessed the city at work during the middle of the day. He had thought that at sunset it was crowded, yet it paled in comparison to what he saw now. He simply lost himself inspecting everything around him. It made for great cover through the crowds, yet it made the problems and corruption in the city more apparent. Seeing them did disgust Alucard somewhere deep within, yet he knew it was not his place to but ignore his problem right now, so he left them be and pretended that he saw nothing. Despite the city's size, Alucard felt like he had reached the south gate in little to no time. The gates were opened, yet everyone had to wait their turn for their chance to leave, whether it was for work or travel. However, luckily for him, Alucard did not have to bother with such an arduous process, all thanks to the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers such as himself were provided a special exit allowed for only them, overseen by both the military and the guild to allow them benefits, and so they could do their jobs more smoothly. And that was where Alucard went. He entered through the smaller gate and had his copper plate verified before successfully leaving. Luckily for him, not many adventurers were there at the south exit, so he was not forced to wait long. And as he left, there in the distance near the path and along the walls, he noticed 4 figures resting near each other. They stood in the shade of the city walls, and near them was a wooden wagon of modest craftsmanship and size, clearly showing its age. The beige-stained tent at its back had an opening revealing the emptiness of creaking wood, and the horse at its front seemed capable, yet not particularly well-fed and strong. "Oh, Alucard, we're glad you can make it." Through the boisterous noise of the city ambience around him, he heard a familiar sound enter his ears coming from the same direction he was gazing at. Before he even approached them, they had already greeted him and recognized his figure, and thus he quickly made his way towards them with a sense of relief in his heart that they were traveling in a carriage rather than on foot under the harsh summer sun. "Greetings, I hope I was not too late," he waved approaching them. "Don't worry, you're right on time. We just finished preparing all we needed." Leesvern beamed as he picked up a heavy brown sack, throwing it in the back. "Leesvern, was that the last of them?" The voice of the archer rang from the front. "Yeah, I'm all done here. Alucard just came too, so we're just about ready to leave." He yelled back, wiping the sweat off his face. When Alucard looked inside, he noticed several bags similar to the one he saw Leesvern pick up all tightly packed out of the way, and he could not help but ask, "What exactly is that?" Alucard pointed and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, these," Leesvern mused, smacking the sack with passion. "These are sacks of food, of course. What else would they be?" Alucard could not help but blurt, as his initial instinct was that these were rations for the journey. But upon seeing how many bags there were, he immediately unconsidered that. "Did you buy these bags with your own money to give to the villagers?" "Well, yes." Kinda," he chuckled, rubbing his hands on the back of his head. "What's with the long face?" "Oh, forgive me. I just find it odd. From what I've seen, I would have never imagined adventurers doing this." "Ha ha!" Leesvern broke out laughing, and Alucard grew concerned that he had said something idiotic due to his lack of knowledge. "Damn right you are. But there are many good adventurers out there. We're not all brutes. I mean, I don't want to sound narcissistic or anything, but I think we're pretty good. Right, Adam?" He spoke and looked towards a man with a bough strapped to his back, organizing the sacks in better positions to allow for more area for footrest. "Leesvern, you've always been narcissistic, but compared to a lot of people out there, you're like a saint." He chuckled. "How much did you spend on all of these, if I might ask?" Alucard continued. "From me? It was all nothing. Most of this came out of Vernon's pockets. 10 silver coins, in fact." He smirked, pointing with his thumb towards his small blonde teammate feeding the horse at the front. "Him." Alucard could not help but blurt with shot-out eyes before inwardly cursing his big mouth. 10 silver coins were more money than Alucard ever had yet. It was not cause for such an overreaction. "Ha ha ha ha." Leesvern smacked his knees and held his stomach, almost as though he was in pain, catching Alucard extremely off guard. Many people think the same thing when they first see him. It never gets old. Vernon might seem really pissy first meeting him, but he's honestly not that bad when you get to know him. "Huh? Did I hear my name? Leesvern, you talking shit?" Vernon's voice came crashing in from in front. "Oh, it's nothing." He tried his best for damage control, yet his laughter still leaked, and a slight scoff was heard from the front. Okay, I'll keep that in mind." Alucard nodded. "But you said most of the food came from him. What about the rest?" "Oh, that. Well, A lot of this was also from the person we escorted yesterday. She heard about this, so as to extra payment, she gifted us with this food. Oh, I see. Whoever that person is, they seem like a very nice person. Yes, she is a saint even amongst her kind. Taylor the wizard interrupted from further behind, his gentle face slightly red to the point that Alucard almost saw him as cute before inwardly shaking his head. This might not be my business, but who exactly was she? I couldn't meet her, but I felt a strong presence from her. Sadly, we can't tell you. It's top secret, and if all goes well, you wouldn't have to know. He sighed, his tone becoming alarmingly somber to the point it made Alucard reflect. Leesvern, what's the holdup? You done talking? If we want to make it there before sunset, we better get going now. Vernon yelled from the front, and Lisvern's face immediately shifted into how it was before. Yeah, we're done. You can go in, he yelled back as he held onto the handle of the cart, jumping into the back tent, Taylor following suit while Adam the archer, who was the second tallest of the group behind Leesvern, went towards the front. Come on, jump in. We've got a long way ahead of us and a lot to talk about and pass the time. Leesvern smiled brightly, holding out his hands to Alucard below. Alucard looked up at Lisvern's hand in act of kindness with a beyond open gaze and with much brewing in his mind. It was like his mind was torn on how he should feel. But in the end, he inwardly shook his head and grabbed Lisvern's palm, who pulled him up into the back seat. Thanks for that, he thanked as he took his seat close to the back opening. Leesvern sat beside him with his greatsword underneath his feet, Vernon and Taylor directly in front of him on the other side, and Adam sat up through the gap ahead in the sunlight with a rope in hand, ready to drive the carriage. You all ready? Nothing is left behind, right? Adam turned around and asked. Yes, everything's here. I made sure that Leesvern didn't mess it up this time. Vernon replied. Hey, Leesvern interjected in a hurt voice. I'm sorry, leader, but it's true, Taylor chuckled, and Adam, who looked at them from the front, had his serious expression turn into a subtle smile as he sighed and spoke, turning around and swinging the rope on his hands to make the horse move forward along the grass towards the stone-paved road. All right then, let's get moving. Alucard sat near the edge of the wooden bench of the carriage, beside the opening as he stared up at the rather calming blue sky that lacked any clouds. But when they left the shade of the city walls, the sun struck him once again, making him slightly grunt. Yet, luckily for him, it was not nearly as bad as before. He could more than handle it. Hey, are you okay? Taylor, the mage, asked with clear concern on his face. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I think I just had a bug fly under my mask and down my throat. He coughed once again, making everyone around him laugh. So, how do you like it? Leesvern spoke, looking around himself. The carriage, Alucard questioned, leading to Lisvern's nod. Yep, we rented it for a bit of money. Don't worry, it wasn't much. Adam over there knows how to drive rather well, so we didn't really have to hire someone. He glanced toward the man at the front. Well, it's nice, certainly more comfortable than the living arrangements provided at the guild. Oh, don't worry about that. They'll give you a better room once you reach gold. And with your talent, it should be no problem. Ever since they had set off, it was only Alucard and Leesvern conversing, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. So, Leesvern tried his best to break the tension. Okay, it's funny how here we are all together, yet we know very little about each other. I think other than us saying our names, we haven't really introduced ourselves, have we? Leesvern clapped his hands and smirked. Well, it is your fault setting this up so quickly. But I guess we weren't in a rush and had a lot of time to burn on the carriage, so I guess it's not bad. Vernon sighed, his hands and legs crossed as he leaned back onto his seat. I've already introduced myself in the guild, but I'd be glad to do it again. We worked very well together last time we fought, but it'd be nice to know each other's specialties. I am Alucard, a simple villager from an obscure town who left to set out on his own path. I specialize in both magic and close combat. Call me a battle mage per SE. Battle mage, huh? Those are pretty rare amongst the lower ranks. It takes a lot of time and dedication to discipline yourself in both magic and sword fighting. Who taught you all that? Leesvern asked with a childlike curiosity. My father was a swordsman. He beat the skills in me every day. And my mother was a mage. Oh, really? A female mage. That's pretty rare. She must be really awesome. As Alucard spoke, Taylor leaned in and interrupted, his eyes like brilliant stars and his hands grasped together in excitement. Yeah, she was one of a kind indeed, and she was also the reason for these scars that haunt me wherever I go and would not leave me to this day. Alucard's tone was casual, yet his words set the carriage towards a downward spiral. I guess I really can't keep a conversation going long, huh? He sighed at his own ineptitude. I am sorry. Taylor mumbled back. Don't be. None of that is your fault. I spoke too much. I didn't mean to wrap you up in my own troubles. Anyways, so is it your guy's turn now? Alucard spoke, yet no one replied. But that was when Leesvern broke the silence. Well, I really hope you're doing well, but I won't pry any further. And as the team leader, I'll be introducing everyone if they don't mind. He took a small pause to look at everyone around him for approval before he spoke. I am Leesvern. I specialize in key arts and swordplay with a greatsword. Vernon is the sharpest in both mind and skill, and by far quickest of all of us when using his rapier. Taylor is our resident magic caster. He's a little shy, but he packs a punch when he goes all out. He specializes in spells of the druid variety, such as controlling plants and working with the essence of life. And last, but not least, is Adam. He's a bowman with unparalleled skills and the oldest of all of us and the voice of reason in many cases. He's for sure the most relaxed, too. We all hail from the capital of Crowry where we met, and we came here on an escort mission where things have led us here. Do you have any questions? He chuckled and redirected his gaze towards the mask ahead of him. None of them have last names. So it's as I thought. Commoners don't have last names, and last names are only reserved for nobles. I guess I got pretty lucky choosing a name for myself when I first arrived. Hollow Slayers, is your name correct? Is there meaning behind that? He asked. A large smile appeared on Lisvern's face as Alucard asked that question. Well, why don't you tell him about the name that you chose? He leaned over towards Vernon, nudging him with a smug expression. Why should I? It's none of his business anyways. He turned around and scoffed, only for a chuckle to be heard from towards the front with the neighing horse. I'll do it instead. In our own ways, all of us were pretty poor and hopeless. We had no motivation in life and just lived for the sake of living. We were all like hollows. But that was when we all met and from then on started living with each other. And we found new meaning and our inner hollows were slain. That's how our adventure names came about. We're kind of like family more than adventuring friends. Although none of them could see Adam's face, they could all assume his expression. Interesting. Alucard inwardly nodded and thought rather deeply before shaking his head and speaking once more. But out of all professions, why adventuring? He wondered. Oh, isn't it obvious? It's because we're useless otherwise. Does it look like I'm good at anything other than fighting and would function in a normal society? He laughed at himself before his tone shifted into something more somber. But the real reason is that we didn't want to see others end up like the old us. Sounds kind of stupid or delusional, right? But it's true. Just like we slew the hollows within us, we wish to slay the hollows within others. That's our motivation, and that's what we strive for. The sound of wheels rolling along rocks filled the air, and silence overcame them. What about you? Vernon asked. Why did you become an adventurer? Well, unlike you, it's not at all for a noble cause. It's simply the only way I can afford to have a roof over my head and food on the table. I do this for my own survival. If I could work elsewhere, I would, but like you guys, my skills aren't suited for it. For me, it's either this or joining the army, and this gives me far more freedom. That's debatable, Vernon interjected. Adventurers are pretty limited. Under law, if we see human-on-human fighting, we are not to interject. We are not to interfere with any politics since the guild is ran through many countries and is meant to be absolutely neutral. We are simple monster hunters, and that's all, but that still lends to many ways of help for the people. And we're kind of dependent on the guild for not only pay, but also finding the requests themselves. The guild pretty much has a monopoly on everything. He took a small pause before he continued. If we went without the guild, not only would we lose out on many benefits, but we would have to just roam around looking for trouble only to come in a fix and ask pay, which doesn't seem too morally sound. And chances are, these people would already have adventurers from the guild coming on their way, so it never ends too well. But at least we don't get bossed around, and we gain strength faster than soldiers, right? Taylor spoke in a nervous voice. Not in recent times, I'm afraid, Adam sighed. The army has been doing a lot of monster hunting expeditions lately, and there are many companies used to help them out in power boosting, but that honor is only reserved for high-ranking members. The more they spoke, the more Alucard's confusion grew. It was as though watching people discuss serious politics that concerned him, yet that he could not understand. He was rather interested in the information, yet he could not allow himself to ask directly, lest the information they spoke about be common sense, thus exposing his social ineptitude. So, he instead asked a vague question. What company exactly? Well, soul farming companies, you know. More specifically, the company owned by the Arena household. They breed and farm strong beasts and even train them. Then they send them off to people willing to pay, so they could be killed. They're usually bought by nobles, so they can feed the beast's soul to their children and give them more strength. That's why nobles are always stronger than the commoners, even if we are all born equal. But now it seems like even the military has been investing into their very own soul farms and buying from other companies. Leastfriend responded. Souls? Alucard inwardly thought, yet did not blurt out loud. Is that what they call XP in this world? Wait, so I'm not the only one who levels up? Alucard could only come to one conclusion in his mind, and his eyes shot out wide underneath his mask. Are there soul farms that house human products? He asked a question that seemed out of nowhere, yet the Hollow Slayers did not think much of it, as it was indeed a real concern. Sadly, yes. As you know, kindred souls are almost worthless. In other words, killing people from the same race as you would net you little to no souls. That's how the murder rate isn't insane, but that's also why these companies don't sell human subjects. Even if they were prisoners to be executed, it just wouldn't be worth it. However, there are of course other sentient races out there. And just like we have their kind as slaves, they do the same with us. For them, our souls are more than fit for the taking. Adam explained, solemnly steering the horse. That's just like in Rebirth. No wonder humans aren't just going around and killing each other for XP. Wait, he inwardly thought to himself. At first, he had assumed this world to be a normal fantasy world where training and practice was used to increase power rather than levels, and he was simply a special case. But with this new information, he began to reconsider. What these nobles are doing is pretty much the equivalent of bringing a powerful enemy at 1 HP only to allow a friend to get the final hit to receive all the XP. Does everyone have a secret level? How do they assign stats and job points? Does everyone have a game system of their own? Alucard had so many questions that he felt like his brain was ready to explode, yet he could not allow himself to ask any of it. For now, he had to hold it in and wait, solely assuming that what he knew to be true in the game to be the exact same in this reality, and waiting for his return home, where he could read all about it. That, where he could find out for himself. It had been a few hours since they had first set off, and the sky had turned into a warm, bright gradient of orange with peace emitting through the air around the large, setting sun. The sound of chirping birds along with the blowing wind tugged upon the surrounding tall grass and leaked into the carriage for an ambient breeze, adding to the all-too calming atmosphere. For Alucard, what was a ride that took several hours felt like minutes. For indeed, he managed to extract a hefty amount of information from them and immensely broadened his knowledge of the world. However, there was something beyond that. The ride itself was not as bad as he expected, especially for the Alucard that absolutely resented human interactions. The Hollow Slayers' hospitality was more than adequate. Their teamwork and absolute love and trust for each other were very clear with everything they did. Even if at times they yelled and complained to each other, it was mostly done in a jesting or friendly manner, and the few times that it wasn't, it never escalated beyond that. It was an odd sight to just quietly coexist amongst them. In fact, it had been years since he was ever in a similar environment, and from memory, it was completely unlike this, especially at work. He could not help but smile, one that was hidden under his mask, but completely sincere nonetheless. "Hey, Alucard, you want to eat with us? There's a lot of food to go around." Lisvin smirked towards Alucard, who was looking out in the distance, slightly startling him. "Oh, don't worry. I'm quite all right," he kindly declined. "Oh, come on. You haven't eaten since we left. Why not have a little snack before we reach the village?" He threw an apple in his direction, and the still startled Alucard caught it out of reflex. He took a quick glance at the apple in his hands before inwardly chuckling at himself and throwing it back towards its sender. "Keep it. I really don't need it. I'd rather you donate it to a hungry child in the village instead." "Really?" He lay back in his seat and casually looked away. "Oh, okay. Suit yourself." His face turned immediately from confusion to astonishment as he beamed bright, storing the apple in a pouch. Alucard sighed under his mask, one so faint that it could not even be heard. It was not like he didn't want to eat the apple, or that he was so selfless to the point he would go hungry for homeless and poor children, but more like he couldn't. It was a lesson that he quickly learned upon entering this new world. He had not tasted any real food so good since that first apple he ate upon his arrival. Forever since he first tasted the flavor of human blood, his tongue had been tainted, and everything else slowly began to taste worse and worse to the point that in his current state, he would have most certainly threw up from that apple. It was yet another sacrifice that had to be made by choosing to become a vampire, one that he was always reminded of yet had already accepted as part of his new reality. "Hey, Vernon," Leesvern called out, looking at the ceiling of the carriage. "You still sleeping?" "Yeah, I was, until you just woke me up with your yelling. What do you want?" He yawned, scratching his eyes and stretching his limbs in the breeze, looking up towards the orange sky from where he slept on top of the carriage, his rapier at arm's reach. "Sorry about that. We're almost there. You want to join us for a little snack?" "Come on, Leesvern. We haven't seen you for so long now," Taylor added in a cheering voice. He shrugged while yawning. "If Taylor is asking me, then I really don't have a choice now, do I?" "Nope, you don't. Now come here and eat with us," he asserted. "Stop nagging. I'm coming." Vernon stretched once more and grabbed his rapier before he hopped back on his 2 feet with fatigue written all over his face as he prepared to drop down into the main tent. And drop he most certainly did, although it was not at all where he intended. "CRRRKK. What was that?" All of a sudden, a crunching sound filled their ears, and the entire carriage shook heavily, now rocking back and forth frantically as it veered off-road. Vernon lost his footing and nearly slipped off towards the hard, rocky ground, looking over with eyes wide awake at Adam, trying his best to steer the panicked, neighing horse as it went out of control. "Adam, what's going on?" "We've been attacked from the tall grass. I'm not sure where," he responded as he struggled to control the horse, only for it to break loose out of its leash and gallop away, leaving the carriage tumbling and skidding into the dirt, wooden shrapnel exploding through the cracks and grain bags erupting and pouring down like rain before the carriage finally settled with no movements. "Hey, are you guys all right? Answer me," Vernon shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes quiveringly staring upon the remnants of the broken carriage from above, and the relief on his face when he saw movement spoke volumes. "Yeah, we're all fine." Leesvern spoke with his sword in hand, clearing away all the rubble until he and Taylor broke free into the open, while Adam came from ahead, perched upon the rubble next to Vernon with a bow in hand, looking out. Alucard seemed nowhere to be found, but that was until they realized that he was walking behind them completely unscathed, yet heavily panting from his mask as though he was in deep pain. He must have jumped out through the opening before impact. They all seemed to be safe, but now was most certainly not time to celebrate or grow careless. "Damn, you guys AR." Suddenly, a barrage of arrows emerged from the shaky tall grass, aimed directly towards them, breaking the silence of the whistling wind. It was all unexpected, and it would have hit them all had it not been for Taylor's foresight, creating a barrier of green light around them. The shield cracked upon the arrow's impact, to the point of shattering. It was clearly not going to hold out for long, yet gave them ample time to react and dodge the attack. "Don't grow careless," Adam shouted, loading several arrows into his bow, trained towards where that volley arrived. "Show yourselves, coward," he shouted, yet his provocations were only met by laughter. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. It was childlike and raspy, one sinister and inhumane in nature, a sound etched into the mind of every adventurer and bore an unmistakable wretchedness. One by one, they stuck their wicked, arched noses out of the camouflaging grass, their laughter growing evermore. What emerged were tiny, monstrous creatures. Their attire was minimal, shambled, and mismatched. Their pimple-ridden green skin oozed of dirt, grime, and rot. Their ears were pointy and bat-like in nature, several piercings through each one filled with rust. Their open mouths were disgusting and had their own miasma of rot, revealing crooked, sharp, spaced-out teeth as yellow as sand. And a matching color was the yellow, slit-like pupils sat upon their wide, gaping eye sockets, trained directly on them, as though they were prey ready to be eaten. "Goblins!" Leesvern cried, pulling out his massive greatsword from his back, tightly grasping it ahead of him with both hands, his eyes trained viciously on his beastly, laughing foes. There were 7 of them, each with either a sword, spear, or bow in hand. "Kukikikeakuikikuakwa. Don't get careless. They have human equipment. They're no ordinary goblins. They're small in number, but they seem well armed. Everyone stay calm." And, as Leesvern spoke and gave his orders, the Hollow Slayers prepared for battle. Yet Alucard's breathing grew far heavier and more drastic as the clouds began to clear from the setting sun. And all of a sudden, seemingly unprovoked, he ran off to their right at top speed in an abnormal, almost frantic manner, heading towards the nearby, thick forest, leaving them all speechless, absolutely stunned with many thoughts going through their minds. But Vernon was the only one able to voice his own out in the open. "Where are you running off to, you traitorous coward?" Vernon's cry of pure rage marked the beginning of the clash between the Hollow Slayers and the goblins as they grinned and wasted no time maddeningly charging. But more importantly to him, it incited absolutely no reaction from the fleeing man. If anything, it was as if his stride hastened as the looks of his allies broadened. "Cuckoo-coo-kaku." The laughing goblins sneered with ecstasy at the sorry sight of their fleeing opponent as a group of them previously heading to the main battle detached. Their eyes were imbued with a newfound light as their breaths became deeper and more visible as they sprinted in pursuit, throwing spears and arrows that just so narrowly missed their fleeing prey. "Enemies are coming. Everyone, in formation!" Leesvern shouted, trying his best to regain control of his men. Yet their morale was not shaken by his words, as it was Adam who was next to furrow his brows and voice his inner thoughts. That damned Alucard. He acted so tough, yet in the face of true danger. He's nothing more than a— "Shut it!" Leesvern burst, thrusting his arms out. "Now's not the time to be arguing amongst ourselves. Alucard is a strong man. If he is fleeing now, there must be a good reason for it." Panting, he spoke unwavering, cleaving a goblin in twain. "He took a good chunk of them away from us, and those seem to be somehow stronger than these ones. I don't think even he can survive. I'm going after him." He once again averted his gaze towards Alucard, who now had several arrows clung to his back, moving with a heavier limp. "You all maintain formation and eliminate everyone here. Understood?" "What?" Vernon roared. "Why? Leave the little shit alone. It's his fault he's in this mess. Come back." "No, that won't be good," Leesvern promptly retorted, sprinting without looking back. "If those powerful goblins kill him and come back, we will be forced to face them, and I'm almost certain we won't be a match if they sneak up as we fight. Now listen to orders and stand your ground. Is that understood, men?" "Yes." All at once, the Hollow Slayers steeled their gaze and yelled with conviction, all but Vernon, who clacked his tongue and belligerently shook his head with a whisper. "Whatever, but don't you dare die for someone like him. You hear me, Leesvern?" Vernon's impulsive shout stunned the sprinting Leesvern, making him hesitate for but a brief moment before he turned his head and gleamed at his fighting comrades. "Same goes for you, Vernon. Keep everyone safe. I'm counting on you." Leesvern managed to shake off the last goblin that had followed him, and all that was left for him now was to catch up to the elites chasing Alucard into the forest. Despite wielding such a monstrously heavy sword, Leesvern's movements were swift like the wind. At his current pace, he would no doubt reach them in seconds. It was his mastery of key arts that was to thank. The goblins clean in his sight were 12, but assuming some blended in the tall grass beyond his vision, he assumed there to be at least 17. However, it was inevitable that he would catch up to several of the elite goblins lagging behind before he would be close enough to communicate. And what was most shocking of all was that these goblins offered little to no resistance at all despite their intimidating nature. With one clean swipe of his blade, each goblin fell, and as they fell they did not incite the reaction of any of their nearby peers who fell soon after. It made no sense to him. It was as if they were eerily hypnotized, true, frenzied beasts with nothing in their mind but the prey ahead. The more he neared, the more the plan brewing in his mind became clearer. The original 12 goblins in his sight were now reduced to a mere 7, and the uphill battle he had initially envisioned began to turn around. A slight grin twisted upon his sweating face. As long as they worked together, victory was set in stone. He had a plan, and he wasted no time sharing it with Alucard ahead. Alucard, I'm right behind you. Turn around and fight them now. Don't go into the forest where they have a massive advantage. We can sandwich them in the open and catch them off guard by disrupting their rank. Yet, all that Leesvern was left and was complete, utter shock. Despite his screams, again, Alucard did not respond. But more importantly, he did not heed his warnings as he went directly into the forest. Leesvern stopped in his tracks. He could not speak, his heart sank, and his guts began to harbor doubts. A group of goblins sprinted into the forest, still following Alucard. However, the vast majority of them abruptly stopped and laughed heartily into the sky. Coo-coo-coo-coo-coo-coo. As they turned around, their crazed gaze and sharp, foaming mouth met that of Leesvern. The person who had just so recently been nearly invisible to them suddenly became their main target. Shit, he inwardly cursed, tightening his grasp upon his blade. Is he a fool? What if he truly did betray us? Should I have not trusted him? I can't take them on all at once. Leesvern was driven into a corner. Although the option to flee to his rear seemed to be an alternative, in reality, it was not the case, considering bringing all these goblins to his allies would have led to widespread confusion and only more peril. He had to focus and thrust Alucard to the back of his mind. Despite all the odds, he had to stand and fight. He was the absolute last line of defense. His eyes narrowed. The moment of overwhelming pressure had now subsided, and his resolve could not be stronger. The weight of his comrades' strength invigorated him. Bring it on, fiends! I won't let a single one of you get past me. You hear? He lifted his glowing greatsword in the sky and braced for combat, and the goblins ahead did not make him wait too long after. Cuckoo, Agaru, Gigaku. All at once, the goblin elites rushed at him, trying to circle around and catch him from all directions. Yet, Leesvern's keen eye for battle picked up on it and did not allow for an encirclement, intercepting the closest goblin advancing to his right side. KIRTS. Heavy slash. With his teeth clenched, using all his strength, he swung his sword from over his head, striking his opponent below with a thunderous impact. Crack. Cuckoo. Wah. Nevertheless, despite all his efforts, the goblin still lived. His sword cracked, blocking atop his head. His body shook trembling, yet the laugh never failed to escape out of his mouth as he slid his blade away, stabbing Leesvern in his thighs before immediately abandoning his sword and slipping away before Leesvern's next swing. Ow! No way these are the same goblins that fell to a single slash of my blade earlier. Leesvern could not believe his eyes. In that instant, his heart sank once more. He had greatly underestimated his foe, and he dearly paid the price. The goblins did not fail to notice this opening as they continued to surround the wounded Leesvern, chortling as they leapt towards him from all directions to deliver the finishing blow. Don't screw with me, bastards. It seemed all but over, but suddenly It was as though Leesvern had caught a second wind, or was perhaps finally using his full strength. More power than ever before surged within his body as he tightly gripped his sword and swung toward all the goblins with overwhelming strength that blew them all away. No goblins died in the exchange. It was the first time they did not immediately laugh. With cracked weapons in hand, for the first time, they harbored fear as they looked upon that man. At least that was until they heard words from behind, almost as though giving them orders. Yagaigaku-ka. Gigi. Reluctantly, the goblins at the front pulled back, and the ones at the rear advanced further beyond before once again going on the offensive. Agakuko. Even still, in the face of the incoming foe, Leesvern did not waver. If anything, he felt himself filled with even more power than before. I don't care how many of you come at me. I won't lose. With a single swipe of his blade, the goblins that drew anywhere near were sent flying. Despite the overwhelming numbers, it was Leesvern who seemed to hold the advantage, almost as though he was a completely different person, like he had become one of those beasts he had sworn to destroy. Goblins began to finally fall to his bloodshot gaze. Their swords could not combat the onslaught of pure strength, and the first time since the battle commenced, their flesh began to shed blood. However, that was not to say that it was a completely one-sided fight. The goblins had begun incorporating range combat with bows, making it crucial to keep an eye on both ranged and melee, which proved to be exceedingly difficult. Although goblins died, many of them slipped past Leesvern's defenses, landing several many crucial strikes that bloodied him from head to toe. Some even sacrificed their own lives, recklessly rushing him before falling to his blade. Such injuries clearly slowed him down, yet the sheer amount of adrenaline pumping through his throbbing veins suppressed nearly all of it. Gagaguka Ga. In the end, the goblins' numbers were reduced down to just 3, 2 of whom were archers, and they similarly fell back to regroup. Yet this time, it was Leesvern who took the offensive. With pure determination, he rushed towards the vulnerable archers, only to be thwarted by a stray goblin hiding within the bushes who had leaped to intercept. "You're not getting away." He lifted his blade up towards the setting sun and once more used heavy slash with all his might. Naturally, the goblin could not withstand the blow, and in an instant his sword immediately snapped in two along with his body as his innards exploded out like bloody confetti, and through that, masked by the shower of guts, emerged a single glimmer headed straight for his skull, one that he did not expect, and one that he had just so narrowly reacted to by twisting his head, glimpsing as an arrow whiffed past the right side of his smiling face. "Ha! Such barbaric tact, Ga. Look." His smile did not last for long as the laughs of dreadful celebration echoed loudly through the expansive fields, and his sights grew beyond wide, black veins akin to tree roots slowly pulsating and engulfing his right eye before quickly spreading to the right side of his body. A heavy feeling overwhelmed his right side, like an anchor was tugging him down to the depths of the ocean. His knees collapsed, and his fingers opened, dropping the great sword he could no longer bear. Confusion overcame him. Nothing made sense. He had never in his life felt like this. The right side of his body was completely unresponsive, and no matter how hard he tried, there seemed to be no sign of movement. "Move! Move! Move!" His right eye began to darken, and before it went black, he finally noticed it. There was blood leaking down ever so slowly from his right cheek. And in that moment, things immediately clicked. He had not completely dodged that final arrow. It must have ever so slightly skimmed his skin, yet that seemed to be more than enough for this poison to take effect. Still, knowing about his affliction proved to be of no help in his predicament. His bones began to crackle, and his skin felt as though it was being ripped apart, stabbed by hot knives by his sheer will. Yet nothing seemed to be moving beyond the heavy vibration of his body. All he could do now was try his best to pick up his sword and get back on his two legs, but that feat seemed impossible. He knew his friends' lives were on the line. In fact, they were the sole thing on his mind and the source of his power. Yet even still, ever so slowly, The goblins approached the struggling Leesfern, bloodied weapons in hand, trampling over their fallen comrades without batting a single eye. The foam in their mouth now began overflowing like a waterfall over their puss-ridden skin of green ooze, only leaving slight remnants of their yellow teeth visible. Cuckoo, cuckoo, coo. With every step, their joyous laughter became more somber, and the struggle and dread of the grunting man in their sights only increased until they were all face to face, and their blades soared high above. Gugigika, despite not understanding a single word of the goblin's tongue, he was more than certain of their mockery. It was more than clear that his body was at its limits. He could not even find the power to look up towards the creatures about to strike him down. And at that moment, he decided if that was the case, then even if it tore him to shreds, broke every bone in his body, he had to push past his limits to survive. No, to protect the people he so dearly loved. He could absolutely not allow defeat, so long as he drew breath. Arfrg! For the first time since being poisoned, his hands not only gripped, but lifted his heavy sword. And through all, he could muster, closed his eyes, and swung. Yet, he did not hear his blade slicing flesh, no, it felt akin to clanging upon hard metal. His final strike was nothing more than a wet noodle. His body cramped beyond his imagination and wanted nothing more than to fall numb on the ground. His eyes felt weak, and his brain felt tired. And yet, despite that all, he did not let go of his blade, but instead tried again and again and again. All to no avail. Even as his body broke, his spirit lived on with no signs of regression. He continued on as though completely ignorant of his reality. It was truly the height of foolishness. All he saw was dark, blood-stained red. But then in that darkness emerged a spark of bright heat followed with screams of utter beastly agony and the stench of searing flesh. Aga-gaga, gaga, 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 ah, ah. Abruptly his left eye swung open, witnessing as one by one, blackened bodies fell down to his eye level like flies. The enemies he had fought so hard to defeat were now all left without breath. His speechless face looked blank, but his inner turmoil did not do it justice. Good or bad, even more than before, he could not at all comprehend what was happening. Hey, Leesfern, you still alive? Alucard? He immediately recognized the sound of that weary voice, yet he almost couldn't believe it. The turn of events was utterly unexpected. In fact, Alucard had been the very last thing in his mind. He had almost forgotten about his existence. Nevertheless, in the situation, looking up tiredly towards that bloodied, black mask of his, he couldn't help but visibly smile and let out an amused chuckle as he spoke. Yes, damn right I'm alive. Alive and well. You'd think I'd die in a place like this to mere goblins. Who do you think I am? No, I expected nothing less of the leader of the Hollow Slayers. Slowly, heavily breathing, Alucard bent down towards the crippled Leesfern, tightly grabbing onto his arms before throwing him upon his back where he could easily carry him, his gaze shifting towards the far-off fields where their carriage had initially collapsed. As Alucard trotted, it was made immediately clear to the unmoving Leesfern how injured he must have been, which oddly put his heart at ease. However, little did he know, that was solely part of Alucard's clever manipulation. Masking the effects of the sun under the pretense of injury was a natural excuse he had been waiting long to use. How's the poison? Alucard wondered, looking towards the pulsating black veins spread across Leesfern's face. Oh, it's nothing. I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. It doesn't hurt even a bit. Seems so, fortunately for you. Only a small dose entered your system, so it shouldn't be anything life-threatening. You should only be incapacitated for the next half hour. The effects will completely wear off by then. Oh, that's a relief. You sure know a lot about this, don't you? Yes, he nodded. I've seen it several times before. Huh, is that so? So, should I hurry up to the battlefield with the rest? Alucard panted, causing Leesfern's smile to further bloom, even despite half his body being paralyzed. Nah, it sounds like their fight is already over. You can take your time. You seem tired enough. You know, you really do care. Whatever do you mean? Oh, it's nothing really. Just, just tell me this. Why was it that you ran away suddenly without speaking a word? Simple. These are Abasca goblins. Abasca? Leesvern confusedly mumbled. Yes, they're known for their cruelty and unrelenting nature to see their targets suffer. Once they have their sights set upon a fleeing prey running in fear, they will not cease until they are out of their sight. It will be like nothing else in the world even matters. Wait. So that's why the first few ones I killed didn't even notice me. Once you escaped their views by running into the forest, they snapped out and focused on me instead. Lisfern's mouth half opened in astonishment. Precisely so. Alucard nodded. Wait, if that's the case, then why? I understand running away to fool them into thinking you are easy prey, but why not let us know? You had us both worried and confused. Abasca goblins have been known to have rare members who could understand the human tongue. I could simply not take such risks. I had to absolutely convince them that I was truly running away like an easy mark. A goblin who speaks our language? I've never heard of such a thing. And even still, what you did, it was far too reckless. If I hadn't followed you, then you would have. Yes, but in the end, you did you not? Why, yes, but... Leader of the Hollow Slayers, listen to me, and listen to me well. I, Alucard, would never take a fight I cannot win. As soon as I ran, victory was within my grasp. I had the utmost confidence you would trust and follow me as you did. Leesvern, and all that was left for me was do my piece. After all, these goblins were exceedingly weak to fire, something I'm rather proficient with. In that instant, Leesvern felt his heart shake. There was no wavering in that man's voice. It was as though the moment he ran, he had already foreseen it all through that mysterious gaze. He was being completely and utterly serious. Alucard, what kind of man is he? You really are amazing, Sir Alucard. We would have probably died if you weren't with us. Who knew you were so knowledgeable about goblins? Leesvern could not help but burst out laughing. Where did you learn such things, if you don't mind me asking? You give me far too much credit. Leader of the Hollow Slayers, these kinds of goblins were very common where I used to live. It's only natural I know how to combat them. Alucard promptly responded. Oh, is that so? Lucky us then. His laughter continued. For a second there, I had thought that you had run off and abandoned us. But talking to you now makes me feel a whole lot better. The others might not believe you, especially Vernon. Then I'll be counting on you to convince them. Leesvern looked up, and although he could not see past the darkness of Alucard's mask, somehow he knew that he was as well smiling underneath. Yet it was for completely other reasons than what he had assumed. It was a smile of satisfaction. He had finally definitively confirmed one of his theories. Certainly, to a seasoned adventurer like Leesvern, Alucard's words seemed rather oddly specific, but in reality, they were mostly truthful. Had he not seen the results with his own eyes, he might have been inclined to not believe a word. All of this stemmed from Alucard's vast knowledge of rebirth, along with the various monsters that resided therein. For the first time, he had finally met a familiar creature. Yet, unlike the programmed AI within the game, these goblins acted very differently in a head-on clash. They were far more dynamic and quick-witted, fighting like a true tribe of mad sadists. They did not act like the goblins he had faced in the game in terms of combat, but rather, it was in terms of lore. Rebirth had a main story, yet it was rather shallow compared to the full world New Era had created. For one to understand the true workings of the world along with the creatures therein, they would have to indulge themselves within the thousands of item descriptions, as well as several secret journals hidden in obscure areas, some even the size of complete novels. And even still, despite the sheer volume of material, there were still areas of the story that seemed unexplored, incomplete, or up for interpretation that fans had hoped to be answered in the upcoming update. It was truly staggering. Naturally, like most players, Alucard did not indulge himself very much within the in-game lore beyond the main story. He did not have time to sift through so much and piece things for himself. That was why he let others do it for him. There were numerous YouTubers who documented all the lore and condensed it in a far more digestible manner, and he was hooked. Every night before going to bed, he would make sure to always watch at least one lore video, and the library of his game knowledge expanded. And luckily for him, the Abaska goblins were something especially easy for him to recall. After all, it was well known that they had AI, had targeting issues, and would follow a fleeing enemy to the ends of the earth unless they hid behind a wall, and instead of the developers attempting to fix it, they instead made it part of their lore. It further put into question the mysterious origin of this new world and what relation it had with the game he so dearly enjoyed. For several minutes, they both continued their journey back with ease at heart after the sweet relief of victory. The sun's ambient radiance shined brighter than ever. The chirping of birds along with the hissing winds filled the air and made them forget about their bloodied faces. It was as though absolutely nothing could break their respite. "Hey, Alucard, my eyes are getting more blurry. How close are we to the Re?" That was when an ear-splitting shriek of pain, unlike any other, pierced the eardrums. The ground quaked, the wind roared, and the chirping birds fled, crying in fear, dyeing the sky with dots of black. Immediately, Alucard's feet stopped moving, and Lisvern's dazed eyes were forced wide awake, with a feeling of unease stabbed deeply within his soul, looking towards where that familiar sound rang. It was undoubtedly where his comrades were, and as his eyes rapidly shifted towards it, his former unease turned into pure dread at the sight he witnessed. It was a view he never wanted to see in a million years, so unreal that he wanted to deny ever seeing it and erase any trace of it from his memories. There was an arrow stabbed deeply into the knee of one of his friends. Their entire body was riddled from head to toe, with veiny, root-like darkness branching and pulsating so densely to every inch of their core. Taylor's body sat unmoving, resting upon Vernon's lap with a teary-eyed Adam collapsed to his side. His bow fell on the ground beside his hopeless body. "Taylor, don't you dare die on me. Answer me now. Why the hell did you do that, you idiot? Save yourself before you help us." Vigorously, Vernon's entire body jerked, trembling, taking the arrow off his knees before shaking his friend in between two arms with tears running down his reddened, bloody face. Alucard, who was looking upon the scene with initial eyes of disinterest, suddenly felt a heartbeat swell as a weight shakingly loosened upon his back. It was more than clear that Lisvern was trying his best to shake him off and rejoin his fallen comrade. Reading the situation, Alucard wasted no time tightening him back and walking towards the group as fast as possible before finally letting Lisvern go, where he fell dropping towards Adam seeking answers. "Adam, how did this happen? Answer me." He screamed as loud as he could in his current state, tumbling onto Adam's shoulders. "Lisvern," he mumbled, "answer the damn question." It just suddenly happened. The fight ended a while ago, but we were all okay. But in the end, there was a hidden goblin who fired an arrow and hit Taylor in the knees before I shot his head off. At first, all was fine. Just a few moments ago, we were laughing together as he used his magic to alleviate some of our injuries, when all of a sudden, that black poison appeared on their face. "Right? Yes. How did you?" Adam mumbled before finally noticing the face of his friend was ridden with the same dark infestation. Immediately, he assumed the worst, and if it weren't for Lisvern's next words, he might have truly taken the full plunge into despair. "Don't you dare worry about me. I'm fine. That poison barely grazed me, and I instantly could not move. But Taylor took a full dose of that black rot. He must have been healing you as he was dying himself." Adam's eyebrows lifted before furrowing back to close his eyes as he spoke, trying to find answers and light within his tunnel of darkness. Will they Lee? "Hey, Vernon, is Taylor still breathing?" Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was broken by a sound towering from above, a voice completely devoid of any of the heartfelt emotions being shared amongst brothers in arms below. "Huh." Vernon's reddened gaze peered up, noticing the cold, bloodied mask of that man looking down at him. "Why, it was all your fault this happened in the first place. Don't you dare speak. We would have still had Lisvern fighting with US if you didn't decide to flee like a bitch. You're lucky I don't kill you. If you weren't here now, then Taylor would have still been. Do you want me to save him or not? Is he still breathing? Alucard's bone-chilling voice sent tremors that rang all around them, shaking the very air, his stare piercing directly through his mask to the point that even Vernon was caught speechless. T.H. No, he's not breathing. If he was, would I be acting like this? He's dead. Not exactly. If you say he fell unconscious recently, there's still a chance to save him, Alucard calmly responded. Huh, and how the hell would you do that? You look like no healer to me. I don't need magic to do what I need to do. All I need is to reset his heart and get him breathing again. The more we speak, the more his life slips away. Do you want that to happen? Alucard's words sounded unbelievable, yet at the same time somehow sincere. Vernon was once again left sweating with his mouth open, pondering over his words. And in the middle of his thinking, he heard a voice cry from behind. Let him do it, Vernon. Without a doubt, that was Lisvern's voice, one that caught him completely off guard. What? Do you trust Th? Yes, I do. Now let him try. We have no better option. Or do you want Taylor to really? Fine. Vernon roared before slowly letting Taylor rest upon the soft grass. Not before locking eyes once again with Alucard above and crawling away. Without wasting time, Alucard immediately crouched beside the blackened, unconscious boy, closely inspecting him before he began. Why is a coward like you even doing this in the first place? What do you have to gain? Vernon spoke, seething through his teeth. Even if I don't know this person, I still have much to gain from doing this. Why would I simply allow our druid to die when I might be able to save them? Their skills will no doubt help us on this quest. I have little time to explain, so please be silent as I work. Alucard indeed spoke the truth. That was his main incentive for saving Taylor. Yet, he would be lying to himself if he said that was all. In actuality, there was part of him that simply did not want them to die, and even he could not understand why. Perhaps it was after seeing the tears and agony shed over their body, or maybe it was somehow connected to Taylor's kind nature. Many reasons emerged in his mind, yet a definitive reason did not resonate with him. So he thrust such thoughts to the back of his head and focused on the task at hand. For the past few seconds, Alucard had confirmed that indeed, neither Taylor's heart was beating nor his mouth was breathing, and thus, he could finally begin what he thought had to be done. CPR. It was a term all too common in his home world, but no doubt something foreign in his new reality. As a teacher, he had been trained in the basics of first aid, and yet this was his very first time ever putting that experience to the test. Slowly and carefully, Alucard grabbed Taylor's chin and tilted his head back. And as he did, he immediately noticed a reaction incited from those around him. Yet he did not allow it to distract him in the slightest. From the first time they met, he had immediately noticed Taylor's short, weak constitution. As such, also considering his heightened strength compared to his former self, he chose to take an approach as if Taylor were a child. To Alucard, the main problem seemed to be with the airway, so first he decided to do 5 rescue breaths to oxygenate the blood. Taylor's head still tilted up, Alucard slightly lifted the bottom of his mask to reveal his mouth in an angle none could see, slowly bending down towards his lips. But that was when he immediately noticed a problem. The smell of blood was still fresh upon Taylor's skin, and the more he neared, the more his urge to feast raised. That was when he suddenly shook his head upon his descent. To the onlookers, it seemed beyond odd, but to Alucard, it served as a reaffirming gesture to steel his resolve before his head finally fell down toward Taylor's pale lips, ready for him to give his first breath. What the hell do you think you're doing, bastard? Suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, a clash akin to a sledgehammer made contact with his face, sending him flying several meters through the grass before regaining semblance of what just happened. You? How stupid can you truly be? Why did you do that? Alucard coughed. Do you not want me to save your friend? Why did I do that, you ask? Why did you do that? I give you the chance to save my best friend, and you just go off and kiss them. You sick rapist. Alucard stared dazedly at the spinning world ahead, trying to ignore the pain inflicted upon him. And through it all, he tried his best to stand, yet it was as though his body could not properly respond. Any time he attempted, his limbs would crumble shakenly like a building that had lost its foundation. That was when he quickly understood that standing, let alone walking, was no longer an option, especially due to the fact of the sun beaming brightly upon his flesh was still potent as ever. He took a knee to barely allow himself to remain off the soil and wasted no effort looking over directly towards Vernon, who was still in that same position since he had punched him. "Hey, answer me, you sicko. Did your lips touch? Did you kiss them?" "No, I didn't." "But even still, why does that even matter now? Your friend's life is on the line, yet you make a problem over something so petty in comparison. I was attempting to bring air into their system to restart their body. But you ruined it all. Now, I can't even move to try again. If your friend died, it shall all be upon your shoulders. You hear me?" As Alucard's words left his mouth, the reality of his actions soon set in upon Vernon, who widened his face before biting his lips red. Even if what Alucard did was a mere fake stunt, the slight chance of it still working played over and over in his mind, that as well as his own hands snuffing out that shard of hope. Yet, even still, despite it all, he felt like had he been given the chance, he would have most certainly done it again. But, like Alucard said, it was finally time for him to shoulder the responsibility. "Fine. Whatever moves you were going to do on Taylor, I'll do them better instead. Now, give me instructions, and I'll see it through myself." What Vernon proclaimed was loud and impulsive, yet did not catch the glaring Alucard off guard in the slightest. He was almost certain this would have happened, yet knowing did not solve how he was going to instruct him. "Okay, then. I will teach you my own personal technique." Alucard's voice was wavering from his current state, yet it was more than strong enough to reach Vernon, gritting his teeth in the distance. "Stop wasting time and teach me already." Vernon took a single glance at Taylor's gray, lifeless face, and the panic once again amplified in his heart. First off, one hand on the bony part of his chin, push his head up as he's laying low, and pinch his nose with your other hand. Quickly, Vernon went to his knees and did exactly as he was told. He was remarkably fast and swift with his movements, and although Alucard could not see properly from that distance, his position seemed well enough for him to continue, or rather, there was no more time for him to worry about the specifics. "Okay, what next?" "Lock your lips onto his and breathe 5 times to oxygenate his airflow." "Are you crazy? What are these big words you're?" However, unlike last time, his face reddened. Vernon did not immediately do what he was told. "Now's not the time for that. Do it now before it's too late, Vernon." Vernon bit his own tongue and closed his eyes deep in thought, almost to the point of tears. But that was when he heard a slight voice seep into his mind. He opened his eyes and followed the voice directly to the faces of his weary friends. And with a single, painful, yet hopeful nod, it was as though they had given him their approval or goodwill. The impatient Alucard, who sat far, was not privy to everything. He clacked his tongue, staring into the distance. And before he could speak once again to get Vernon working, he began to move, the crimson sun gradually setting to his rear. His already bloodied face was reddened. Yet as he slowly arched his back forward towards his unconscious friend, his cheeks became more and more rosy. His body twitched, and his watery eyes became tender until the two finally locked lips. Alucard stared speechlessly at the sight. Although the rays of sunlight ahead were like poison hindering his vision, he still managed to make it out. He had seen CPR conducted several times, yet this time was unlike any other. To him, this seemed more like a kiss. "Hey, Alucard, that's 5 breaths. Now, what?" This time, it was Alucard who was in need to be brought back from his daze. His mind wandered so much that he did not notice it was over. He did not know what took over him, nor that weird feeling. All he knew was that was not the time for any of it. "Okay, now let go of him and place one hand on his chest with your other hand on top. Lean over, arms straight, and elbows locked. Push in with minimal force 30 times. Alucard shook his head, and continued to quickly give instructions. Chest. Vernon's face shifted slightly once again. Yes, chest. Did you hear me, or do you want me to rep? I heard you fine. I'll do it. Briskly, although not as quick as prior, he did what was asked. His eyes closed and his eyebrows furrowed. He pushed into Taylor's chest to deliver 30 compressions. Yet, even at Alucard, who stood far, there was a glaring problem. Harder. You're doing it too weak. You said weak, though. I did, but not that weak. Fine. Alucard had indeed instructed Vernon to do it weakly, but that was to take into account that his strength far exceeded that of a normal human. It was almost as though he did it all reluctantly, even after Alucard told him to apply more pressure. Okay, that's 30. Now what? Now give 2 more breaths. Again, his face widened. Yes. Now, stop asking questions and do as you're told. It was several painful minutes, but to the hollow slayers, it felt more like an eternity. Their hearts were pounding like drums. Their limbs quivered, and their pores leaked puddles, especially out of their clenched fists that bore wounds from their prying nails. Yet, even still, the look in their eyes were firm and full of hope. At least that was the case for all but one of them. Alucard, you bastard! Nothing's working! Vernon shrieked, his tears pooling onto Taylor's chest as he gave compressions. I never said what I did was certainly going to work. All I said was I was going to try. Don't put words into my mouth. If this doesn't work after all that I've done, then I'll dash. No, idiot. Wait, you're pushing too hard. At this rate, you might really K. Guac hhhh. Suddenly, a cracking sound muddled the air with its raspy croak. As it emerged, all became silent. Vernon's sweating body recoiled backwards immediately out of shock, and his eyes shone even with uncertainty brewing within his ocean-blue pupils, his allies looking behind him with a familiar gaze. Hat-ka! That sound did not cease emanating. It was a sound akin to the caw of a dying crow. However, in this case, it was a sign of life. T. Taylor, the boy's body that sat previously unmoving upon the soil, began to jitter, falling to its side. His eyes rooted in black broad and his jaws wide. An uncanny, ebony ooze splurged out his mouth and upon the grass that immediately rotted in its presence. There was no doubt what Taylor had released was blood, yet it now resembled an infested tar that not even Alucard found appealing. For the next several seconds, this plague blood continued to run rampant out of Taylor's mouth, and as it did, the dark veins that nearly consumed his entire being began to lessen ever so gradually until suddenly it all stopped. Silence filled the air as they looked upon Taylor's body with bated breaths, until Vernon finally approached with teary eyes, watching as his comrade's chest ever so slowly expanded and contracted through his baggy clothes like an alive human being. Taylor's breathing. They're alive. The air of the fields completely turned upon its head. The tears of grief had turned into tears of joy, quite turned into noise, and the jitters of anxiety and deep breaths turned into ones of relief. All celebrated. Even Elise Verne, who could barely crawl, was now walking on his 2 feet, limping towards Taylor's now breathing head. All were in high moods, all but one man who kept the same apprehension emanating past his dark, cracked mask. I wouldn't be celebrating if I were you. The method I gave you is no wonder cure. We've cleared the imminent threat, but the risk remains if he doesn't see proper treatment soon. He'll no doubt still die. From the highest heavens, the mood spiraled back down to the deepest depths. You should have said that earlier, as Salul. The tense air was shattered by a roar that sent tremors in its wake. Vernon's eyes swelled as he gritted his teeth with an aura forming around his skin. In that instant, he picked up Taylor's unconscious body and, like a blitz of lightning, left the scene heading towards the path through the forest ahead. Alucard looked as Vernon's figure disappeared in the distance before laying his head down in the grass for but a brief moment of relaxation. Idiot, he thought to himself. Vernon must have made quick decisions in that moment, and what he did was undoubtedly the right call. The city where they came from was too far away from where they were, and the nearest place was that very same village they had come to save. The setting sun was finally nearly over the horizon, and Alucard began to regain his lost strength, at least enough to stand and walk. Yet before he did that, he witnessed as two figures hovered over him, peering directly over towards his mask. "You two seem to be taking this far better than that friend of yours," he mumbled. "Well, I think all the uneasiness was sapped out of me. My heart can't take much more worry." Leesvern chuckled. "Shut Leesvern." Adam slapped his injured friend on the back. "Ow, that hurt. You trying to kill me too?" He blurted. What he meant to say is, of course we're worried, but a big part of the worry is now all gone thanks to you. And especially thanks to him. "Vernon," Alucard murmured. "I just have that feeling that all's going to be okay now. Yes, if he's the one taking care of Taylor, I'm sure nothing bad will happen." Alucard bit his tongue. He was almost ready to tell them how this poison had far exceeded his expectations of what he thought he knew, and that the chances of Taylor living were slim to none. But seeing how they spoke to him, he refrained from speaking. "You sure have a lot of trust in that man," he said instead. "Well, of course." Leesvern stretched to recover his injury. "There's no one more compassionate and trustworthy." He smiled and stretched his arms out towards the fallen Alucard, who accepted with little to no hesitation, except for puzzlement, their last words. Together, they walked the path that Vernon had previously trotted, leaving their carriage and food bags behind in pursuit of shelter. Alucard, who knew not much of human emotions, could not understand why these two were still being so casual while their friend was dying. Their previous explanation did not satisfy him. On the way, they struck conversations about what had transpired, and it was Leesvern who was the one who could not stop rambling. All he talked about was praises for Alucard, who had not only saved them from the goblin elites, but also from the poison to their friend. Prior to this, Adam had begun to harbor doubts about Alucard's intentions. At least that was until Vernon showed signs of trust towards him when they had returned. But now, hearing his leader's words out loud put his heart at ease even more. As they entered the forest, the sun had but fully set, and Alucard instinctively took the lead to guide them through the darkness with his night vision. "Those goblins I was chasing after just fell like flies. You should have seen." Thump. Leesvern raised an eyebrow as he bumped into Alucard ahead, who had suddenly stopped. "Is something up?" Alucard's eyes had caught something amidst the greenery. It was his nose that first caught wind of this stench, the stench of old blood. There were not just one, but several scattered about the entire forest. "Oh, nothing. I thought I saw something ahead. Let us carry on." Initially, Alucard was on high alert, until he looked closer, witnessing what it truly was with keen eyes before confirming it was no threat. In fact, he could not help but smile beneath his mask. Human nature never changes. As they cleared the forest, they walked into an open plain with the moon shining upon their faces. And in the distance, they finally saw light, a glimpse at what was undoubtedly supposed to be the village. The group hastened their pace to a steady jog. And as they did, they began to notice there were things on the road ahead. It was the corpses of several goblins, all shredded by holes stabbed by what they all recognized as Vernon's rapier. There were tens, if not more, bodies littered throughout. Yet luckily, none of them seemed to be of the elite variety Leesvern had struggled with. Nevertheless, such signs made them hasten their step even further. The more they neared the village, they began to notice something odd. The greenery began to lessen. It was as though the plants were withering, darkening with every step. However, that was not what was most obvious to them. No, it was the fact that as they approached the village, the more boisterous it became. It was clear that there was a commotion. The village itself was of modest size. The population numbered 200 to 300, and there were several establishments around the walls. However, the condition of what's therein was what was staggering. The buildings themselves were seemingly on the verge of collapse. The roads were filthy, and the villagers were even filthier. Their faces were skeletal. Dread and lifelessness passed the thick layer of dirt. Their hands were covered in wounds, and their stomachs, especially that of the children, were sunken in so much to the point that all one saw were bone past the grungy rags they wore. And within this rundown village emerged an entity that grabbed everyone's stare. His blue armor was bloodied, torn and tattered, and his panting mug sent shivers that ran down everyone's spine. At his side was his rapier, dangling around his waist, sheathed incorrectly, and in his arms was a human being, dark, Vanipus covering their face with more blood than even the man carrying them. That entity was Vernon. In their distorted eyes, he was an outsider with an air more beast than man. Are there any healers here? Anyone who knows how to get this damned poison away? Answer me now. Trepidation filled the eyes of the wary villagers. Their senses blinded them to what was being spoken. The clacking of their teeth filled the cold, somber air. Women grabbed their children and hurried indoors, some simply hiding their children behind them instead, while the men steeled whatever strength they had to pick up any close farming equipment they had as weapons, yet not finding the strength within themselves to take even a single step. Mommy, who's that? Don't worry, sweetie. Everything will be okay. Mommy promises. You damned villagers. What's gotten into you? Answer me. Everyone, at ease. This man is no enemy. He must be the adventurer we had called upon. Abruptly, the strong voice of an old man seeped into the ears of the masses, and all slowly lowered their guards. Him. Is it truly him? A man murmured, lowering his pitchfork. Lisvern's gaze immediately turned to the source of the voice. There he locked sights with an old man's deep green eyes. His face gave off a completely different feel from all those other villagers. His pure white hair was long, falling down past his scarred, wrinkly forehead and furrowed brows, scruffy with remnants of grease and dirt. His beard connected with his hair, making it almost as though there was no separation. His nose was long and arched, his cheeks were sunken into his skull, and his mouth sat firmly, slightly hidden by the hair of his beard. And, although it was hard to tell due to his red, baggy, hooded attire, one could instantly tell of his stronger constitution. You, Vernon roared. Are you the village head? Yes, I am. I am Oliver, the village elder. The old man promptly nodded. I see that your friend has been injured on your journey. Please allow me to lend a hand. Our village had combated that poison for long now. We can help mend their pain. As he spoke, maids in white walked hurriedly past him towards the bleeding Lisvern. And with only slight hesitation did Lisvern stare deep into their souls before almost reluctantly handing Taylor over. Don't you dare hurt them. Those few words, along with the look upon that man's face, had sunken the hearts and darkened their faces, nearly sending the women crawling back to where they came. But, with their elder to their hinds, they closed their eyes and gulped their thoughts away before carefully carrying the injured person away to where they could heal them. Sir Adventurer, your way here must have been long and arduous. Please allow us to tend to your... Enough with the nice talk, old man. Those goblins... Vernon clenched his fists and narrowed his gaze. Goblins? The elder tilted his head sideways. Yes. Now, stop shitting me, you old fart. Who are you trying to fool? His voice exploded once again. Oh, whatever do you mean, sir? The old man raised his hands in shock, as though proclaiming innocence. But before he knew it, he found himself unable to breathe, his feet dangling off the ground. In what felt like a mere instant, the adventurer who previously stood several steps away was right in front of him, his hands tightly grabbing him by the collar as he lifted him high in the sky. Witnessing this sight, the villagers who had put down their weapons raised them back up, and with renewed resolve, they inched ever closer to save their elder. However, as soon as that man opened his mouth, their resolve was shattered, and their shaking legs could no longer move as they inwardly cursed. You knew that those fucking goblins were living outside your village, but you didn't mention any of it in your damn request. BB, but sir, I really didn't. Lie to me one more goddamn time, and I'll send your head flying off your shoulders. Gak Vernon tightened his grip upon his collar and raised the elder even higher in the sky. I saw those corpses of dead villagers hidden in the forest, and every one of them had a paper next to them. You sent so many knowing some will die to those goblins, didn't you? You just hoped one would slip by and deliver the request. But Had no choice, we spent. Had no choice, my ass. I know why you did it. If you had mentioned the goblins, you would have had to pay double, since the level 4 request would have become a level 5. Cough, why? Yes, and that's why. That's why you are all selfish pricks. Every last one of you. All you think of is yourselves. You didn't give two shits for U.S. adventurers. We who risk our lives to come and save you. It's all your fault. Had you told U.S. about the goblins, we could have come prepared. We would not have been ambushed, and we would not have nearly lost one of our closest friends. For your own sake, you better save Taylor or else I will. That's enough. At this rate, you're going to kill him. Suddenly, Vernon felt a voice and a hand fall on his shoulders. Who did that? A blood vessel twitched on his face, and quickly, he turned around to see who it was that dared lay a hand on him. Lys Vern. His pupils dilated and his grip loosened. Vernon, we came here to save these people, not to add to their suffering. Yes, but they added on to OURS. So why? An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. And besides, I bet they were rather desperate. Can you really blame them? The situation looks pretty dire here, don't you think? Lys Vern turned his head and looked upon all the poor, frightened villagers and the children with their eyes closed hiding behind their shivering parents, and Vernon did the same. Fine. An odd softness overcame his eyes as he let go of the struggling village elder, making him tumble on the ground, coughing profusely as he tried his utmost to draw air back into his system. But don't get the wrong idea. My promise still stands if you don't get Taylor healed. He shrugged, biting his lips, shaking off Lys Vern's hands before turning and walking away. Wait. Cough, cough, the elder called out. Please. I understand, cough, we have wronged you. We only now understand the gravity of our mistake. Please, we beg of you to still save us. We won't last long with that monster still in that cave. The elder prostrated himself with his forehead on the ground, and the stunned villagers all around followed his lead, bowing their heads immediately after, with tears running down their faces. Please, you're our only hope, we beg of you. Yet despite their woeful pleas, Vernon did not even bat an eye in their direction. He simply continued his walk towards the dark forest ahead before speaking but a few words before he completely left with a scoff. You're still the same, only thinking of yourselves. If Taylor reawakens, let me know. If not, then don't bother looking for me. Got that? Lys Vern, I should probably go after him. Adam nudged. No, leave him be, he replied, shaking his head. He's been through a lot. He needs time to himself. If it ever comes down to it, I'll go after him myself. If you say so, Adam sighed. You three, are you by chance that man's friends? The kneeling elder looked up to see the faces of three newcomers, one of whom wearing a mask. Yes, we are in the same adventurer group, the Hollow Slayers. And I assume you must be Oliver, the village elder. It's an honor to be in your presence, valiant adventurer. You saved my life. I saved you from one of my own men. I shouldn't be thanked for that. I should be the one apologizing instead. He laughed heartily, shaking his head. Nonsense, the elder's voice raised, catching them all off guard. That friend of yours spoke the truth. We were being selfish and withheld information, seeking a better price for hire. Let's put all that behind us for now. Lys Vern lowered his hands towards the elder's shoulders. Now let's discuss the details in private, shall we? The open square of the village was far too public, so the group relocated indoors. Although the village was small, it took a rather long time for them to reach their destination since it was located on the complete opposite side from the entrance. However, that was not the main reason for their delay. There were several onlookers and children peering at them amongst the crowd, and the village elder would always ask for a pause in order to greet and explain the situation to his people. Together, they passed by several houses along with the cemetery, where many were seen grieving for their loved ones. The group of men stayed tightly packed as they moved, all but that masked man that kept his distance with one arm stretched up, especially when the elder would stop to greet his people, keeping a particularly close eye to the night sky. It took a while, but in the end, they finally reached their decided meeting place, the elder's home. It was by far the most glamorous house in the entire village, but compared to the standards of the average house in the capital, it paled far in comparison. From the outside, it seemed as though the roof was tilting to its side ready to topple over, and the inside was somehow worse. The brick walls were wearing their welcome, the wooden floor creaked, and hissing sounds came from the broken walls. There were only 4 rooms, a living room, a bedroom, a kitchen, and a little walled-off corner that was assumed to be the restroom. Out of all these rooms, the living room table was the most natural meeting spot, yet the privacy was questionable at best considering the various holes that would allow others from the outside to clearly listen in. Nevertheless, they began their talks there. "We should be safe to talk here. I had already warned the villagers to not near this house, so you shouldn't worry." "I see. Thank you for inviting us. Hope we're not disturbing too much." Leesvern smiled as they all sat down. "No, it's my pleasure to have you, sir." "It's Leesvern. The man to my side is Adam, and the quiet one leaning on the wall behind is Alucard." "Sir Leesvern it is." He smiled. "Are you certain we're not disturbing? What about your wife and kids? Do they mind us being here?" Adam added, more as a formality than anything else. "Worry not. My family is long dead. It's only me who remains." The elder shook his head, and the ambience immediately shifted. "Apologies for my inconsiderate words. Nonsense. It bothers me not. That was many ages ago." "I see." Adam slowly nodded. "Anyways," Leesvern interjected. "Elder, before anything else, there's one thing I've got to ask first. How is our injured friend? Do you think you should be able to get them healed?" It's far too early to tell. But what I can tell you is that the Edna sisters are the 2 best nurses in town. They will take good care of your friend. With our new medicine, 50% of those afflicted come out good as new. I wouldn't be too worried if I were you. And the other half. Leesvern leaned in closer. "Dead, I'm afraid." "I see." Leesvern sighed, as though he had fully expected a similar answer. "Don't lie to him, elder." Suddenly, a voice came from far back, out of the mouth of the masked man. Ever since coming to the village, he had kept his mouth sealed tight, observing ever so carefully from the back. It was now that for the first time, Alucard opened his mouth. "Wow, what are you? I thought we were done with lying. Did you not say that? You and I both know that the figure of 50% is way too low. I could immediately tell when we passed over your village cemetery. You're just acting like this, so we don't report you to the Adventurers Guild for purposely providing false information. Right, elder?" Alucard's words were brief, yet his voice sent waves of sweat that ran down the elder's face. The mere mention of the guild set his guts hurling. Providing false information to the Adventurers Guild was a serious offense. Those found guilty would be forced to pay a substantial extra fee to not only the adventurers they hired, but the guild themselves, and would be banned forever from ever submitting a request for help. However, it was not solely the elder's face that had suddenly tensed up. The 2 Hollow Slayers had arguably changed their expression even more drastically as they leaned closer into their seats. "Now, why don't you say the real number?" "Our real number? I spoke the real number already. You can't tell simply by looking at our graves. I never lie. Village Elder Oliver, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. I've all the information I need to prove my point. Now speak. What is the real percentage of survival?" The elder did not know why, but looking at that man's empty mask brought a dreaded feeling into his heart. His body shook stiff. It was like a primal fear. His entire body recoiled just by his sheer presence. It was unlike anything he had felt in a long time. Even unbeknownst to himself, Alucard had activated his undead presence passive, so not even he expected this kind of reaction. The real number is 25% survival rate. Instinctively, Adam burst out of his seat, and Leesvern's broadening face would have its jaws slowly open. However, it was only after Alucard's next words did the room truly plunge into chaos. "Lower." The elder's eyes wavered, and his body froze stiff at the sound of those words. He wanted to refute them, to open his mouth and say it was all folly. But his body did not permit him as the intense feeling increased from that crushing stare. He gulped, and his mouth simply moved on its own and spoke. 10%. The real number is 10%. What? Adam slammed his hands on the table in outrage. while Leesvern bore a blank expression to his side, his visage pale like he had seen a ghost. Explain yourself, old man. Why lie to us again at a time like this? Especially concerning our friend? Huh? I... The elder's face perspired, and his mouth opened, yet his words did not go past simple mumblings barely audible beyond the shaking of his mouth. If you want to explain it, I will. It's very simple, really. Alucard uncrossed his arms and took a step forward towards the table. He's trying to minimize any kind of damage possible. By making you believe Taylor had a high chance of survival, you would keep your high morale. He would say something along the lines of, it will take several weeks for him to heal, and in the meantime, we should eliminate the threat to the village in order to provide better treatment. And not only that, but when Taylor most likely dies, you would make some excuse, and we wouldn't put as much blame on the village, but instead blame it more on the fate that had cursed him dead. Isn't that right, Elder? Alucard leaned close on the table and deepened his eyes towards the old man on the other end. And not exactly, but yes, mostly. He gulped, making Alucard smile beneath his mask. Not exactly, you say? Care to explain anything I messed up then? Alucard stood up straight, removing his hands from the table. Yes, please answer us, Elder. Enough with the lies. Explain yourself. Leesvern finally snapped out of his daze and found enough energy to speak, his gaze filled with an endless void nearly equal to that of Alucard, all directed at the Elder himself. We didn't have any malicious intent. Really, I was going to say that the treatment does need weeks to heal, you're right. But it's the truth, not an excuse. We're desperate. We need a way to get food. And with that beast still up there, we only have enough in our reserves for one more week. After that, we will all starve to death. Not just us, but you and your poisoned friend as well. The Elder lowered his shaking head beneath his shoulders, tightly hanging onto the wooden table as his eyes leaked waterworks upon the wooden floor. We can't even get any food from elsewhere in here because we're too poor. But even if we weren't, every single one of our fighting, capable men sacrificed their lives trying to slay that beast. We have no one to fight. Those damned goblins won't let any supplies in. We're stranded with nowhere to run. Our land is dying, and our people are going mad with hunger. We truly are desperate. Believe me, we had all interests at heart. We had no other choice. Elder, Leesvern mumbled. Even I have to admit, your plan seems sound in theory. You're right, our morale was much higher with that lie. But you misjudged how stubborn a certain man in my team is. The Elder stopped shuddering for but a brief moment, looking up past the ground and the puddle of tears below him. When Vernon said that he won't return until Taylor wakes, he really meant it. And with how you described that beast, I would absolutely not allow my men to enter that cave with two of our members not with us. I'm sorry, but as long as Taylor remains asleep, there is no hope for this village. The Elder's wrinkly eyes grew wider, and the waterworks of desperation began to trickle down even quicker as he raised his voice. Then what are we supposed to do now? Simply accept our doom and starve to death. Every father and every mother and child, all dead of starvation. We never said we would abandon the village. Leesvern shook his head. We'll find some other way to survive, at least until we find the fate of our friend. That is when I will decide what to do moving forward. I understand. Thank you so much. The Elder clasped his hands. I'm so sorry for lying. I was just afraid that you were all like those other adventurers, but you're different, truly nice people. If you need absolutely anything, please don't hesitate to let me know. Thank you. Leesvern lowered his head. I will still need to discuss with you about things moving forward. I hope that this unusual first meeting won't hinder our future relations. Why, yes. Likewise. A twinkle gleamed in the eyes of the old man as he clasped his fists together and properly lowered his head. I see then. Alucard suddenly interrupted. Elder, before I leave, I would like to take this opportunity to ask you some questions. Would you mind answering? He crossed his arms once more. Yes, of course. I'd be glad to help in any way I can. The Elder took a deep breath and calmed his nerves, yet he still made sure not to look directly in that man's direction. The medicine you say you used to cure the poison, what is it called? And can you provide me with a sample of it? Oh, yes, of course. He promptly nodded. It's called ash blossom. It's a plant that had long been growing in the mountainous forest behind our village. But when that beast arrived, more of the forest began to die, and the ash blossoms that used to be plentiful became a very rare commodity. It's a wonder drug that has cured many of our illnesses for generations. I have one on me at all times, just in case I need it. Hearing the name of the plant did not pique Alucard's interest in the slightest. After all, he had never even heard of such a thing. However, upon seeing the elder pull one out of his pocket, his eyes nearly came bursting out of the slight cracks in his mask, and his entire body moved nearer to take a closer look. It was a soft, stemless, 10-petaled flower, around the size of an open palm. Its edges flowed elegantly arched with a red pistil at its center that dazzled the eyes with its whimsical air. Sir, Alucard, the elder shuddered. Do you recognize this flower? Yes, I do. It was very common in my homeland, although it was referred to by another name. Alucard inwardly shook his head and once again steadied himself. And you say this is very common in the forest behind the village? Yes, very abundantly so. At least it used to be, he scowled. I would form expeditions to go look for more, but the forest is far too dangerous with all the fighting force of the village wiped out. I see. Alucard nodded his head before inwardly beaming to himself beneath his mask, turning around and heading towards the door. That's all I needed to know. I'll be off then. He yawned. Wait, Alucard, where are you going? Silvern's voice reached out. Apologies. Today's been long, and my eyes are going tired. The weather is nice, so I'll be finding a new spot of grass and sleeping outside to rest my wounds. I'll be back in the village by early tomorrow. If you don't mind, inform me of anything important by then. I hope Taylor's situation doesn't weigh too heavily on your minds. I'll leave the rest to you. Alucard stopped and turned his head to speak, yet not enough to show his face. I get you. Leesvorn smiled in acknowledgement. You've more than done enough for today. Just leave the rest to us. Alucard resumed his casual stride towards the door. Yet, right before he could step one foot out, he was once again halted by another voice calling his name. Alucard, before you leave, I have one question to ask you that's still bugging my mind. You said that you had definitive evidence of the Elder's lies, but you never explained what it was. So it seems... Alucard turned his head to face Adam, who had asked the question, before his gaze shifted to the entire room, who were all expectantly looking at him. It was a sight that he could not help but grin at, one that was somehow felt by all those who stared as they eagerly awaited his answer. You see, unlike you two, I had been on high alert ever since I entered the village. And as soon as we passed the cemetery, I immediately knew something was off. It was hard to spot with the naked eye, but there were graves whose soil was fresher, yet ever so slightly darker than the others. In fact, considering the village population, there were too many to be normal. It was a sign that the goblins must have recently attacked the village. Alucard took a small pause. So, as the elder left us to greet his people, I kept a particularly close ear until, for one time, I finally heard it. If the newcomers ever ask about the poison, the chance of death is not 10, but 50%. Spread the message while they are occupied with me. I will personally see the punishments of any who dare break this rule, understand? Or it was something along those lines. He inwardly chuckled. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask any of the villagers outside about the poison's death rate. I'm certain they'd be more than happy to tell. Alucard's shadow had now left the door, yet the eyes of those previously looking at him did not stop following it. None spoke despite the fact that they were once again free to resume their talks. Their expressions varied, yet the thought that crossed their minds was all the same. What a terrifying man. Still, they oddly felt a peace of heart knowing he was their ally. They could not dare imagine what it would be like to face him as an enemy, especially the elder, who was most shocked of all, knowing all too well how calculated and perceptive Alucard must really have been to uncover it all. It was to the point that they began to harbor doubts. They all had a slight inkling telling them that whatever that man was doing, it was not simply laying down to sleep as he had told. The sun had set, and the cold shroud of nightly darkness had long veiled the sky black with dots of white glistening in the midst of the vast expanse. The village had yet another eventful day, and the bustling conversations seemed to have no end. However, high up in the sky, where one man sat atop the branch of a tall, withering tree looking up at the moon, the air could not be calmer nor more peaceful as he spent time thinking to himself. 3 more days, huh? He muttered before a wave of throbbing hurt filled his body, and his mouth began secreting liquid from within. He inwardly grunted. Alucard had been holding in the pain of it all throughout the journey. Yet, now it seemed like he was nearing his limits. He had gone far too long without a single drop of human blood. Before leaving the city, he had not thought he would need to feed so soon. But after fighting for so long out under the rays of the crushing sun, all the blood stored within his system had been sapped away at a staggering pace, as though they had evaporated out of his very flesh. Luckily for him, he had managed to feast upon the corpses of the goblins he slew in the forest, but even still, it was nowhere near satisfactory. The blood of a demi-human, such as a goblin, was far better than that of an animal or beast, but magnitudes worse than that of human blood. It was a quick, temporary fix, and by no means a long-term solution. He could only survive off such alternatives for so long before their benefits turned to poison working against him. Naturally, any normal vampire would be panicking, desperate to secure a meal, but Alucard seemed as calm as a soothing lake, patiently staring at the sky, contemplating over other things, like blood was the last thing upon his mind. That was when suddenly, from the corner of his vision, he witnessed as what seemed like a star in the sky began moving in his direction, its light becoming bigger and bigger until it came face to face with him. Alucard could not help but beam underneath his mask. It was finally the time he was waiting for. "Greeting, Lord Alucard." The emergent figure cheered, waving his hands. "It's nice to see you again, Luck. You're just in time." Ever since the goblin attack, Luck and Alucard had been separated, but at times like those, they had devised signals for Alucard to use to call Luck down in moments that he was in need of his assistance. It was something subtle, a gaze up along with a simple stretch of his right arm towards the sky, and Luck would dim himself down to his calling master. Today was the first time he had used a maneuver. After the clue at the graves, Alucard had counted every one of the ones afflicted with poison, then tasked Luck to circle around the city, looking for all those bearing signs of the poison that were still alive. And through that calculation, he would then determine the number was approximately 7% mortality. At least, that was until the elders slipped up, and he had heard the truth uttered out of his own mouth with his heightened ears. That was when Alucard had tasked Luck with something else he would be confident of finding. "I presume you come bearing good news?" Alucard leaned back further on the trunk of the tree. "MHM." Luck nodded, fluttering his purple wings. "That's all I wanted to hear. You can spare the details for later. It seems like your jitter isn't just from excitement. Speak your mind." Ah, Luck was slightly caught off guard before he finally opened his mouth to speak. "Why?" "Yes, my lord." Luck nodded his head. "I'm just a little concerned. What is there to be worried about? Do you not trust me?" Alucard casually crossed his legs. "No, that's not it at all, Lord Alucard." He vigorously waved his arms frantically in front of him. "I had simply heard everything at the Elder's house. It seems like this quest will take weeks, but we only have 3 more days until the House of Knowledge closes. So it seems." Alucard narrowed his sights. "Lord, would it not have been easier to have just gone along with the Elder's plan? If you don't mind me saying, maybe you could have somehow convinced Vernon that by killing the beast, it would have helped that tale or two, no? I had also considered the same, but that, my dear Luck, would be impossible." Alucard shook his head, and Luck stiffened up. "I've known Vernon for but a few hours, and even I assumed that there was no way he would ever be convinced so easily, and seeing how that fact even came out of their leader's mouth, it just has to be the truth. I did a lot of thinking, and simply exposing the Elder's plan was the best course of action. Not only will it not allow the Hollow Slayers to relax, making them become more desperate and work harder, it would also make the Elder far more honest and answer truthfully to all my questions." "Ah, I see. Luck took a deep breath, plunging in thought before continuing. So, does that mean that you've given up on the House of Knowledge? Or are we going to try to slay that beast ourselves? Hearing Luck's words, Alucard's eyes glistened, and his mouth twitched beneath his mask before he let out a deep chuckle. Of course not. It's a no to both questions. Luckily, it doesn't have to come down to us taking on that monster alone. Even I'm not that confident. Luck seemed genuinely confused seeing his chuckling master. He had already squeezed his brain trying his best to think of another answer, a way out of their predicament, until suddenly his eyes sparkled, coming up with a single thought that should have been all too obvious. However, his sights slowly dimmed ever since. It was the only way out, yet the more he thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. It looks like you figured out, Luck. Yes, that's the only thing left for us to do. I understand, but how, my lord? Luck scratched his head. Simple, Luck. Do you recognize this? Alucard smiled, pulling out something from within his pockets. It was that same flower he had seen with the elder, only this one appeared to be slightly more withered. And no, my lord. Luck shook his head. In this land, this is known as an ash blossom, but where you and I are from, it's a well-known healing item known as a roa flower. It was very common, and it was very effective at treating simple status ailments. I see. Luck scratched his chin. But no matter how much we get, the chances of success will remain the same, right? Indeed, that is the case, Luck, but you're missing one crucial fact. The existence of the Reduvia flower. What? Luck softly mumbled. In areas where the roa flower grows plentiful, one is surely to find a far more potent Reduvia flower in their midst. To the naked eye looking at a batch of roa, they may look identical, but they are slightly different upon closer inspection. I remember spending so many hours trying to look for one in the past, only to fail. That's when I decided to look for a guide to help me. I needed someone very in tune with the forest. Abruptly, thump, thump, thump. Luck's being trembled. It was clear that Alucard had not paused nor finished his words, but it was as though time froze still and his mind went into blank white, whisked away by the ring of his beating soul. That's when you and I met for the first time, Luck. It really brings me back. Alucard chuckled, turning his head only to see a sweating, expressionless visage, before remembering about his amnesia. Hey, Luck, I hope you still haven't lost your flower-searching touch. Luck, he leaned in closer, before the little purple fairy finally began moving again. Oh yes, of course not. You can count on me, my lord. As though nothing happened, Luck nervously snapped out of his daze and puffed his chest out in pride. Should we tell the others as well? A bigger search party would be helpful. Much of the forest has been withered away, so the chances of us finding one will be smaller. Of course we shouldn't. You'd think I'd share the existence of such a powerful item with the likes of them. No, I guess not. Luck scratched his cheeks. Besides, to my knowledge, the Reduvia flower should not wither. If anything, it will be easier to spot amongst its dying brothers. But still, Lord, what you're spending so much effort on, what we're doing, this will also be to their benefit. You all seem to also get along not too badly. Do you not trust them yet? It's far too early to tell, and I have no plans of anything of the sort, Alucard sighed. Besides, it seems a little too late for that. The two Hollow Slayers appear to be leaving the town already. They finished far quicker than I expected. Alucard snuck a casual glance at the two figures traveling outside the village perimeter without batting an eye, and Luck looked over as well to see the exact same thing. Don't worry, Luck, you're still the only one I trust, my loyal, former AI companion. AI. Anyways, Alucard finally stood up with a hop in his step. Now, where's that place I asked you to find me? I'm getting rather hungry. Ah, yes. Luck skipped in the air, looking to his side at the slight lights of the village below. That house in the corner, over there houses a middle-aged widow afflicted with the black poison. From what I could tell, she lives alone. There's a picture of her and two men that I assume to be her husband and son on a table next to two candlelights. It's just as you predicted, my lord. I found many others like her, family dead from either battle or disease while being near death themselves, but her hut's location was nearest to the outside. Good. Then that will be our first destination. He licked his lips beneath his mask. We too should leave now while the dark is young. We'll have a long night of searching ahead of us. Alucard jumped down towards the lower branches, making his way down to the forest as luck dimmed his natural light and followed suit. Come in, my lord. Who would have guessed that poison blood tasted so much different? Alucard inwardly smirked, licking excess blood off his lips as he deepened into the woods, luck not too far behind. The forest itself may be dying, yet, even still, all that one could see was greenery in all directions, only slightly lessening the further he went. Although they were there primarily hunting for the ever-elusive Reduvia flower, they also decided to gather as many Roa flowers as possible, at least the ones of good quality. Although vampires were immune to nearly all illness and status effects, a good supply may still be of use in the future, and not only that, he did not doubt that such plants would be well worth their value on the market. Indeed, what the elder said was true. The forest was dark and far too dangerous to safely navigate. At least that was the case to the normal villager. To the vampiric Alucard who thrived in the night, things could not have been easier. The forest creatures varied from beasts like wolves and bears to the very same goblins he had faced earlier. Yet, even the best of them only possessed slight night vision that could not hope to compare to his own. From high vantage points, he would scout onward, assessing the best way to go, a path with the least resistance and most flowers, luck aiding him along the way using his race's sixth sense. Fairies were creatures well in tune with life, nearly the exact opposite of vampires. Their vision allowed them to accurately appraise the quality and the remaining life a plant possessed, and using this, luck would be able to not only navigate through the darkness, but also guide Alucard to the pockets brimming with most life for the highest quality flowers. For hours, they searched far and wide, and in that time, they noticed many things. There were still no signs of a Reduvia flower. The only thing that Alucard knew was that Reduvias always emerged near water, yet there had not been a single hint of a water source ever since they entered. This gave him enough reasoning to assume that all the water had disappeared somehow, and now all they looked for were the remnants of where they thought water once ran. At the very least, they managed to collect Roa flowers. Still, even after going back to the more dangerous areas, they only managed to gather but a few of pristine quality. Most that they found had at least some sign of decay, which was well to be expected. It was only a few hours later did issues finally begin to arise. Luck, how many did you get this time? Alucard looked over towards Luck's approaching dim light in the distance. 3, my lord. Ahead of us, the life that I'm sensing is beginning to fade. Yes, even I can tell. Alucard took a steady glance to his front. The two had already swathed the forest horizontally all the way through, and all there was left was the way ahead, which bore even more death and decay. But that's not entirely a bad thing. The deeper we go in the forest, the more dangerous it is, and the higher chance of the Reduvia that grows once a year to not have been picked up by one of the villagers by coincidence. Besides, it might be easier for you to spot also. Alucard scratched his chin, before his attention was once again redirected to Luck still holding onto those 3 Roa flowers. My lord, there is also one thing I would like to tell you. Luck's face seemed worried. HM? What is it? Well, as I was searching, I noticed a lot of fresh corpses on the ground leading deeper into the forest, and they didn't look like they were killed by any kind of beast or demi-human I could think of, and I'm confident it was not your doing either, my lord. Did you inspect the corpses? He asked, only for Luck to shake his head. Sorry, but I couldn't get near them due to several beasts coming close towards that direction, probably smelling the fresh meat. Interesting. And what direction was this? I want to go personally inspect. Yes, my lord. Luck nodded and turned his head with his hands pointing. It was all in that DR. That was when abruptly his stretched out arm began trembling, and his eyes twinkled, narrowing intensely through foliage until he saw a light. This way, my lord. Follow me. That's IT. It has to be. His wings trembled, and his breathing grew heavy as he zoomed ahead. Luck's sudden yelling even caught Alucard off guard. After all, They had both agreed to remain quiet to not attract any attention. He did not know what had suddenly came over him. But considering all the possibilities, Alucard could not help but have high hopes as he tarried not too far behind Luck's dim light. The somber wind of the night brushed a breeze through the scruffy red-haired man, his legs stretched out and his back upon the tough grass, his bloodied face illuminated, staring at the light of the moon with his ocean-blue gaze. The land around him was drab, almost lifeless, a deathly mismatched green and gray deep inside the forest, on a hill within a damp clearing filled with small puddles scattered all around. "Should I go back?" he mumbled to himself, grasping the rapier to his side. All through the night, Vernon sat in that exact same position. No matter how hard he tried, he could not seem able to shut his eyes, let alone sleep. Thinking to himself, but more importantly, he was worried. I already said I wouldn't return, but I need to see if Taylor's okay. I'd never forgive myself if they died while I'm not around. He grunted, furrowing his brows up in the sky as though imagining Taylor's face. Shaking his head and steadying his beating heart, he twitched his lips thinking of an answer. However, that was when seemingly out of nowhere, he heard a loud, gurgling sound enter his ears within this seemingly dead and secluded area of the woods. Grrrr. Initially, it sounded like a growling beast, but upon closer inspection, it was none other than the grumbling of his empty belly that he instinctively held from the slight pain. It was only now that he noticed that he had entered the forest with no sustenance. He and the Hollow Slayers had abandoned their food source along with their broken carriage. However, rather than be in a bad mood about his hunger, he could not help but smile. He finally had another excuse to return and see Taylor. However, that was not the only reason, for he had noticed something in the corner of his eyes along with a delectable smell that grabbed him by the stomach. It was a single flower, living oddly among the dead all around it. He had seen it all too many times on the way to where he sat. Yet this one, unlike all the dead, gray ones he came across, was filled, brimming with glowing life. Its rosy petals were soft and moist, streaks of what almost seemed like embroidered red etched upon it like a work of art. The aroma it gave off was heavenly, as though it was drawing him near to have a bite. And it was then that for the first time since entering the clearing, he forced himself to move his fatigued, injured body, crawling gradually towards that flower, picking it up and bringing it steadily near his sniffing nose and the heavy saliva in his mouth. However, that was when his vision was completely overcome with shining light, and suddenly all was engulfed in a bright aura of white that consumed all and calmly washed him away. It was odd. It did not feel like pain, nor did he feel alarmed. It was as though a gentle lullaby entered his ears and whisked him away. "Ark," he grumbled, and that was when he opened his heavy, tired eyes up towards the blurry image of the pink sky of a new day. Did I really end up falling asleep anyways? He wondered to himself, scratching his eyes wide awake. Yet it was the sound of his stomach that truly woke him from his daze, and he began to remember. That flower? Where is it? His mind immediately jumped, looking first at his empty right palm. Yet no matter where he looked, he could not find a single trace of that strange plant. He frowned and took a deep breath. Was I so hungry that I hallucinated about the flower? Was I so hungry that I actually ate the flower and poisoned myself because it was inedible? Those were thoughts that immediately sprang to mind. Still, they were not the reason for his subtle distress and uneasy twitch. That was a really pretty flower. I wish I could have given it to Taylor when they woke up. He shook his head and tried his best to raise a smile, chalking yesterday's events all to fantasy. He stood up on his 2 feet and dusted himself off before shifting his head towards the village. His stomach was calling, but more importantly, it was his heart that needed the closure of once again seeing his friend. The mornings of the Yorkshire village usually consisted of nothing but pain and silence, as every villager forced themselves out of bed ready to struggle another day. However, this day could not be any different. The muddy, downtrodden village square was packed full in celebration. No man or woman left sitting in their homes. The stray rodents fled away, and the quiet was replaced by the sound of music and loud cheers. No one would dare miss an event such as this. I've got another one finished. Give this one to that family of 6. Adam yelled, flipping a pan before handing over plates of food and wiping the dripping sweat off his face. Yes, sir. This food is so good. A man exclaimed. Is this what they eat in the city? It's not that good. It's probably just because we haven't had a proper meal in weeks. Nothing beats our local dishes. Shut up, you knucklehead. Your restaurant's foods have always been shit. Even old man Kron is having the time of his life. I've never seen him look so alive. Mommy, can I have one of those buns? They look tasty. Yes. Have as much as you'd like. She petted the bandage over his eyes. Sniffle. I've never seen adventurers be so kind in my life. This is a miracle. Thank you so much. One man cried as he took a massive bite of a beef sandwich. The village elder had heard what Leesvern had proposed, yet he could still not fathom his gaping eyes looking at all his villagers so happy, eating as though they had no care in the world. He had heard this proposition last night, but even he could not believe it until he saw it. Sir Leesvern, he walked up to the smiling man overseeing the operations. Oh, good morning, elder. As you can see, all is going well. We should have a portion ready for you soon if you'd like. Adam is the very best chef I know. Hey, chow. This much food? You really brought so much. His hands trembled. It's actually not nearly as much as we originally brought, and not as much as you think. He shook his head. Our carriage was attacked by goblins, and much of our food bags spilled, and that's not all. When we went back last night to get our supplies, most of them had been stolen. We were lucky to get what we got. If the goblins weren't so distracted with eating our dead horse, then we would have been left with nothing. We're distributing rations right now enough to fill the stomach, but they will lessen from now on. Our supplies are only enough for one more day. One more day is more than enough. The elder shook his head. We will make do and save this food for as long as we can. I wish all adventurers were like you. To think, I have wronged you so much, you truly have my gratitude. More than you think. Don't thank me. Leesvern crossed his arms. If you should thank anyone, thank Vernon. Most of this food came straight out of his own pockets. Vernon? The elder's mind spun trying to recall that name, before he finally gave it a face, one that sent his guts dropping and his mind spinning faster in speechless disbelief. Hey, Adam, have you seen Alucard anywhere this morning? You should be getting hungry by now, no? Alucard? Yeah, I did get a glimpse of him as I was setting things up. He was slowly walking up from towards the front of the village. Adam yelled back, panting, still cooking as though he had 10 arms. He looked really tired. He told me that he's not hungry since he managed to eat some berries in the forest, and that he needs more time to rest his wounds. I see. I really can never figure that guy out, ever. Leesvern slowly laughed, but that was when all laughter came to a halt. A sound of ruffling emerged from the bushes nearby forest, and all's attention was taken. Their minds imminently sprang to thinking of the worst, that the goblins had smelled the cooking food and had come to attack them. Yet, even goblins could not have incited the same reaction as that figure that emerged. More than ever, that man looked like an animal. It was the figure of a filthy, bloodied, short, red-haired man, his reddened rapier sheathed to his side. All breaths were taken. Everyone had the urge to run away or defend themselves and their family, and yet none even moved past their trembling, remembering the image of what had happened the night before. And none bore such a reaction more than the village elder himself, who acted as though a demon had walked out of the woods. So, this is the source of that sudden smoke. Vernon broke the silence, staring at all the fresh food with disinterest in his eyes. Oh, hey, Vernon. Leesvern waved. Didn't think to see you so soon. Want a sandwich? I'm hungry, but save that for later. How could you be so happy at a time like this? You know exactly what I'm here for. Yes, I do. Leesvern's casual face suddenly softened. But what's wrong with a little optimism? Taylor wouldn't want us all depressed for them, would they? Village elder. Vernon abruptly raised his voice, and it was as though it was a gust of wind directed at the elder's unsteady heart, making him instinctively walk back and crash on the wall behind him. Why, yes. What is it? I still don't like your ass, but I need to rely on you for now. How is Taylor? Why, your friend. He gulped down to his deepest depths, calming his bladder. I checked on them this morning. They haven't woken yet, but the nurses are still trying their best to help them. I see. Now, take me to them. I want to see for myself. The nurses of Yorkshire Village began their day all the same, at least on a surface level. Early in the morning, upon hearing the chirps of the morning birds, they woke out of their sleep to tend to the wounded and ill of the village. However, today, they only spent a fraction of that time looking after all the ill. They had even noticed the disappearance of a sick woman in the corner of the village, yet they seemed to pay it no heed as though it was of little importance. Over the past few days, their instructions had greatly varied, and it all started the night before when the village elder personally paid them a visit. Although at first, the elder seemed disinterested, his demeanor then completely shifted. Now, they were tasked to focus most of their energy on caring for the new, poisoned adventurer. They had begun to pool all their resources, especially that of the row of flowers, all to save them. And as a result, even early on, they immediately noticed a decline in health from the patients they previously had. Taylor was given the best of accommodations, a soft bed, a warm, secluded room, and good sustenance. And even now, they slept like a child with that blackened face, barely managing to breathe as the light from the open window shined upon their white sheets. "Good morning." A sudden, silky sound emerged before the door was creaked slightly open, revealing the figure of a young girl in her teens, bowing. Her short brown hair fell awkwardly to her shoulders. Her hazel eyes well complemented her slightly freckled, peachy cheeks, and her smile set the entire room ablaze with delight. "Oops, sorry. I forgot you're still not awake." She nervously laughed. "Oh, who am I apologizing for? You can't even hear me. And why am I talking to myself?" She knocked herself on the head before slowly closing the door behind her and walking in, gradually until she was hovering over the silent adventurer. "Oh, you seem to be doing better for yourself today." She noticed the subtle sound of breaths coming from Taylor's mouth and beating heart. "You know, I didn't notice last night because of all the panic and dark. But you're really cute, you know." "Ah." She caught her tongue and her face reddened, shaking left and right. "What am I doing thinking of this at a time like this? I gotta stop talking to myself." She smacked her flushed cheeks before she noticed slight movements from her side, which made her shift her eyes down. Can you hear me? Do you like when I talk to you like that?" "Iris." Abruptly, a new sound entered the room, a deep, strong, womanly voice that shot tremors all throughout as the door slammed open. "Why, yes, ma'am." On instinct, the girl shot straight as an arrow and cleaned her white skirt. "What on God's green earth are you doing right now, young woman?" The source of the voice was someone who Iris, the girl sat beside Taylor, knew all too well. Her hulking figure and black dress reminded her of a croaking raven, and despite her well-maintained long black hair and blue-eyed, alluring looks, Iris had not once seen her more than her boss. "I was checking the patient for a pulse and breathing. He seems to be doing just fine," she responded timidly. "Did you prepare the medicine?" Her gaze turned sharp. "Yes." Iris nodded. "I grinded it up when I came last night. It's right here on the table." She picked up a small bowl of crushed petals and lowered it for her superior to inspect. "Good. Now feed it to them. We have little time. I brought the next dosage with me, and it needs to be administered as soon as possible." "You understood." Iris turned around and lowered her head towards the quietly breathing Taylor's open mouth with the bowl in hand. However, just as her hand lowered to feed her patient, her body suddenly stopped, her eyes dilated, and her brain began to toil. "This bowl, is it really the—" "What's the hold-up, young lady? I haven't got all day." "Why, yes. Sorry." Her body clumsily jittered, nearly dropping the bowl's contents before promptly feeding it to Taylor and helping them swallow. "Mistress Heather, we heard you scream. Is there something the matter?" Two women rushed into the room with visible concern, before their visage immediately calmed. "At ease, girls," Heather waved. "It's just Iris again. She can't seem to do anything right. I swear, if this adventurer dies, it's going to be all on your head, you hear." With a deep sigh, She walked up towards Taylor, and immediately after Iris noticed, she took several steps back to allow Heather to do her work with her own, much larger bowl in hand containing pink paste that particularly caught Iris off guard. "Miss Heather, that much paste. Where did you get it? Isn't that a little too much?" "Not at all." She grabbed a finger swipe of paste and began rubbing it all over the darkened veins on Taylor's face. "But, at this rate, wouldn't we run out of row of flowers for the other patients?" "Naturally, but who cares about the rest of the patients?" Heather clacked her tongue in annoyance. "Did you not hear what the elder said? If we don't save this bitch, we're all as good as dead. We need them to slay the beast, but they're selfish pricks who won't do it unless their friend is healed. Sacrifices have to be made. This is all for the sake of the village. Get that through your thick skull." Heather wiped her hands from the excess paste before standing up and heading towards the door where those other two women stood, smiling and inwardly laughing as though they were amused. I'm sorry, ma'am. Please forgive me." She lowered her head, staring at the creaking wooden floorboards until she saw Heather's shadow turn around and walk away. "Enough." She took a deep breath. The village right now is hosting a festival of sorts. It seems like the new adventurers have brought in some food. So, while I go and dine, I'm entrusting you to keep an eye on the adventurer. You'll have your turn to eat later on. That is, if there is any food left. Bang! The door slammed, and Iris was once again left in silence. Or at least, that was what she would have hoped. Did you see the look on her face? What else would you expect from Iris? Right, ma'am. She can't even tie a knot. I don't know why the elder even gave pity to her. She was better off dead, like her damn parents. Enough, girls. Heather's voice interrupted. She might get on her nerves, but she still serves her purpose. Keep that in mind. Don't antagonize her too much. As much as I hate to say it, we still need her. Their voices were low and their distance was long. Yet even still, Iris found no trouble hearing their words clear as day. Ever since she was born, she was blessed with abnormally heightened senses. A gift was what they had told her. But to her, it seemed more like a curse. Whether she wanted it or not, it allowed her to hear the truth, what people spoke behind her back, and how truly hated she was. Her gift was especially useful in the medical field, as, since she was a child, she could immediately tell someone's health simply by listening to the sound of their heart and breaths. The village was aware of this, but not the true nature of her gift. To them, they simply saw it as life-sensing, which was why they so freely talked with no restraints. Despite this happening for so long, she had not gone a single day getting used to it. She lived a life of seclusion, hated by her peers with no outlet to vent. She still smiled. With tears of pain running down her face, she still found a single thread of happiness she clung onto and did not let go. Her tears continued rolling down on the ground as the steps of her fellow nurses continued, until they abruptly halted, a new, louder sound appearing ahead of them. However, that was not the reason for Iris's reaction. A sound akin to a beating drum came, and the huffing of a raging tornado roared through her eardrums. Her mind sunk into pure focus solely on those sounds. She had always had full confidence in her senses, yet now, for the first time in her life, she began to harbor doubt as she turned around to confirm with her own eyes. And it only took a single glimpse for her to see it all. Her breath unsteady and her face sweating buckets. Her legs galloped, nearly tripping over her muddy skirt as she leapt to reach the door. "Miss Heather, she screamed in a voice completely unlike her normal self. However, that voice was immediately cut. Thump! She was certain that she had opened the door, yet there she was laying on the ground with a hurting nose, as though she ran into a wall. "What's the problem, girl? Did something happen to Taylor?" Ahead of her was a bloodied, armored man she had never before seen. He and she were the same height, yet he seemed almost twice as tall, his ocean blue gaze staring calmly into her soul in a way completely different from what she was used to. "Sir Adventurer, your friend. He just woke up. This is a miracle." A mug of confusion dawned upon Vernon's face, looking away from the little girl trembling beneath his feet over to the bed behind her, where the still feeble Taylor sat, eyes closed. He felt an ache akin to a worm gnawing at his heart. To him, Taylor seemed no different from when he had brought them. He squinted and gritted his teeth before instinctually, angrily opening his mouth, about to reprimand the servant nurse about getting his hopes up. But that was when his lips of pain shifted into something else, trembling and widening wide. His dull, ocean blue eyes twinkled with renewed sustenance, unconsciously leaking into tears, and the evil worm chewing his heart vanished, leaving in its place a seed that grew into a tree pounding to break through his chest. Ever so slowly, the blackened veins upon Taylor's face began to lessen. Their complexion regained its color, no longer like dark, rough thorns, but instead pale silk. Their mouth opened wide, breathing a single breath before excreting liters of black, oozy tar on the bed sheets before they finally opened their eyes to greet the light of the outside. Taylor! Taylor! Vernon moved without a second thought. Had Iris not noticed his subtle movements, she would have no doubt been trampled beneath his boot. She barely managed to survive, taking a deep breath, clenching her heart as she thanked the heavens. But that was when she too witnessed something that made her internal worries blow away like dandelions in the breeze. The tender hug of a loved one onto another. Vernon's hands wrapped tightly around the back of the still, clearly dazed Taylor. Taylor, can you hear me? Vernon, Taylor mumbled, twitching and coughing with every syllable. Yes, it's me. If it's too hard on you, it's okay not to talk. Taylor's head shook, nuzzled deep into Vernon's chest. It's okay. I see that I've already caused you more than enough grief. They forced their weak arms up ever so slowly, shakingly wrapping them around Vernon. I still don't know what's going on, but greedy old me likes this feeling, so please don't mind if I do this longer. Vernon did not speak, but his change in expression and his soft, gentle hands stroking through Taylor's hazel hair more than conveyed his feeling and response. But, sadly for Taylor, their tranquil wish could not last much longer as a sound pierced their bubble. Hey, look what we have here. Don't think you can cuddle without me. They both recognized the voice, and their soft eyes shot open. But before they could react, they felt his full weight drop on them and his arms tightly hook them by the neck. Hey, get off me. What do you think you're doing? Ha ha ha. The man laughed. Hey, Adam, want to join the group hug? Taylor's okay. He beamed, looking over towards the man, reserving himself to the back. No, I think I'll pass for now. Vern. Okay, suit yourself. He giggled, tightening his grip around Vernon further. I said let go of me, you damn ape. Vernon continued squirming around until he finally broke free of Lisvern's grasp, taking heavy breaths. Damn, what was that for? He gritted his teeth, pointing a finger at the seemingly oblivious Lisvern. Huh? What's wrong with a group hug? You think it's fair for you to hog Taylor all to yourself? He smirked, taking a seat and leaning back, looking over to see a flustered Vernon as he expected. It's not what you think. His face reddened, and Taylor, who still looked slightly dazed, could not help but look away towards the open window. But before their head fully rotated, they felt a hand grinding on their head like a noogie. Hey, what do you think you're doing looking away? Am I really that ugly? We came here to see your jolly face among us again. Oh, sorry. Taylor's face jumped up, and their head snapped back immediately. Lively as ever, huh? I'm glad. Adam smiled and sighed from behind, still leaning against the door. Ah, yes. Thank you. But I'm still sorry, guys. I'm confused about what happened and what's going on. All that's clear to me is that I made you all worry. Huh? Do you really not remember? Lisvern raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer. Taylor's head shook. I see. Well, put it simply, you were asleep on the verge of death for the past few days after you were poisoned by a group of goblins. Then, poof, all of a sudden here you are alive and well. Oh, really? Taylor pushed the sheets off their chest and leaned closer before being struck by a shockwave of pain that brought them right where they sat, coughing vigorously. Taylor! Vernon shot, but Lisvern raised his hands to calm him down. It seems like Taylor still hasn't fully recovered, but I can guarantee you there's no longer a threat to his life. All we could do now is wait and see. Adam spoke from behind. TCH, Vernon bit his lower lip. What do you think you're doing looking so glum? Leesfern laughed, patting Vernon on the back. A second ago, you were lively as ever. It's a miracle Taylor's as good as he is. So why don't we spend this time catching up on what he's missed? Vernon's suddenly agitated demeanor shifted. I guess you're right. He scratched his scruffy red hair. Hey, little girl. Leesfern looked over to his side, and upon meeting his gaze, she imminently jolted. Why, yes. Motionless ever since the beginning, it was as though she was simply watching a skit play out as if it were in a dream. But it was Leesfern's words that finally woke her up. What's your name, young lady? My name is Iris. It's an honor to meet you, Sir Adventurer. She stood up on 2 feet and gave her best, yet still awkward curtsy. Please call me Leesfern. You must be the one who took care of Taylor all this time. Thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't have been talking to him alive and well. And no, please, I didn't do anything special. This is all beyond my understanding. Sir Taylor should still be on the verge of death. I've never seen such a recovery in all my years. It must have been his impeccable will to live that saved him. She continued her gaze downwards. Is that so? Leesfern laughed. See, Taylor, I told you that you were special. So, Iris, how long you think it will take for Taylor to make a full recovery? It could be days, months, maybe even a year. I don't know. He shouldn't be combat ready anytime soon, but with a few more days of rest, I'm sure he can get back on his 2 feet and walk again. I see. That's some quick diagnoses. Why, yes. It's my gift. Gift? Eyes glowed all around the room. You're more interesting than I thought. I'd love to talk to you more, but can you wait outside and give us some alone time for a bit? If you don't mind. He gave her a lovely smile, which reddened her cheeks. Of course. Iris picked herself up, raising her head, quickly walking towards the door before abruptly stopping. Wait, you're the one who saved my life? Right. She turned around slowly, this time facing the person speaking. MH. She nervously nodded. I had a feeling that there was someone lovely taking care of me. I would also like to talk to you more. I have a feeling that we'll be great friends. Friends. Iris stuttered. Yes? Would that be a problem? Taylor smiled, the room ablaze with light. Iris sensed that Taylor was cute, even asleep. But awake, the warmness exuding from them was simply unrivaled to the point that she began to feel butterflies in her stomach. No, not at all. It would be an honor. Her breath became erratic, quickly looking down and promptly leaving the room, sitting on the bench outside as Adam closed the door. Outdoors, the festivities brought upon by the adventurers continued, and the sudden appearance of Iris, no matter her stature, brought looks in her direction with varying ire. Yet, to Iris, it was as though their judgment meant nothing as she cried her eyes out with a tomato-red face and jittery smile that she hid looking at her waving feet. Me? Friend, you want US to what? Vernon nearly fell off his seat with a voice that could be heard through half the village. Yes, please. It's the only way, Taylor pleaded, still coughing vigorously. It had now been several hours since Taylor had woken. The previously blue, cloudy sky was now dyed a shade of bright orange, and the festivities from the food of the adventurers had drastically slowed. The Hollow Slayers had sat in Taylor's room for that entire time, discussing the various things that had occurred. Taylor was blown away by all that they had missed, and their tone and face began to dampen until suddenly they suggested something that caught all off guard. You want us to go to the mountain right now to slay the monster? Why? Shouldn't we wait until you're better before we go? Taylor's head shook. You told me that the village had nearly all but run out of food, and that your new supplies won't last for long, right? Why, yes, but then we should save them. Taylor coughed, grasping their chest. There is no guarantee that I'd get better soon. By then it'd be too late. If we defeat the monster, then the land would go back to normal, and they would be able to plan again. The faster the beast is killed, the bigger head start they would get for growing food. Screw that, Vernon roared. If you're not feeling too well, just say the word and we'll ditch this entire village and go back home. There, you can see the best doc. No, Vernon. It's okay. Why? It's their damn fault this even happened to you. Yes, and it's their fault I'm still alive. They were desperate. I don't blame them. We all want to survive, right? Taylor smiled with heavy breathing, seeing pain on the face of Iris. Or, God forbid, leaving them for dead. Oh, I don't think my heart could even bear the thought. Vernon's mind spun in high gear, but no matter how much he thought, he couldn't form a response. But that was when he felt a slight tap on his tense shoulders. Just let it go. Vern suffed before turning around and sighing at the still better-than Taylor. You're way too nice for your own good. You know that. I guess. Taylor scratched their reddened cheeks. Ahem, his stiff limbs stretched in the air. Vern stood up for the first time in hours. So, it's decided. We'll begin preparing right away. Any objections, Adam? Nope, none from me. He shrugged. Wait. Why aren't you asking me? How do we even know that we're strong enough to win without Taylor? We'd be down a member. You sure about that? Adam raised an eyebrow. I think that you're forgetting that we have a new member that joined us for this mission. Alucard, he muttered. Yes, Mr. Alucard can help you. Taylor brightly smiled. He seemed like a very nice person. He's even stronger than me. Is something the matter? Taylor questioned. Still don't like the guy, huh? Vern asked, but Vernon gave no response. You do understand that without him, Taylor may have been dead, and we would have never figured out the Elder's deception, right? Yeah, I get that. I'm still just feeling mixed. He gritted his teeth, eyes closed. Man, you can't still be mad about what almost happened, right? Even though it was necessary. Can you please not bring that up? And of course, it's not because of that. The guy just rubs me the wrong way. Something is off about him, and I can't put my finger on it. What almost happened? What are you all talking about? Taylor interjected. Nothing. Vernon vigorously shook his head. Anyways, if we're going to go now, we better prepare before sundown. Why don't you go and inform Alucard about this? Let's get going. In haste, he abruptly left the room. And Mitchum, let's make it quick. I'd rather not travel through the forest in pitch-black darkness. Adam bowed towards Taylor before following right behind him. Well, seems like we're going to be fulfilling your wish. I gotta get going too. Please take care of yourself, okay? With a skip in his step, Vern beamed as he waved away, walking towards the door. I'll be fine. You guys are the ones who need to be careful. Please, promise me you'll come back alive and well. A look of confusion dawned upon Vern's face before immediately returning to his normal, jolly self. Who the hell do you think I am? Of course, I'll come back alive. I'll take care of everyone. And just to make you feel more at ease, I will make you that promise. We'll all be back alive in no time. Don't you worry, okay? Oh, okay. Well, if that's all, next time you see me, it'll be with the head of the beast terrorizing these lands. He laughed his way towards the open door, hands firmly on his hips before he turned around to give his final goodbye that filled Taylor with warmth. See ya. Taylor's smile persisted, despite being now all alone. But it was not long until they curled up into a ball, hugging their still-stained bed sheets as the loneliness and paranoia began to set in. You promise me, okay? They inwardly muttered, before abruptly, the sound of knocking intruded their space, and the figure of a shy, hazel-eyed girl shuffled her feet in. Sorry for intruding, Sir Adventurer, but I'm here with the second dose of your medicine. Iris. Taylor's eyes lit up, smiling as they coughed. Oh, please don't talk too much. It must still hurt. She panicked. It's okay. I'm happy you came. Please, my allies won't be by my side for a long time. Would it be okay if you were to stay here and keep me company? Oh, Iris's cheeks reddened, and she began to panic. It's okay. I'm not really an interesting person. I'd only bore you. Nonsense. Taylor smiled. I would love to know more about the village. And more about you. You do have a gift, don't you? Iris did not know how to react. She had already known that Taylor had given her words of friendship, but her brain had yet to even fathom nor accept it all. She was still in a state of disbelief. I'm sure someone else could. No, I want my savior to do it. Do you not want to be my friend that badly? No. That's not it. She vigorously waved her hands. Then what? It's just that I don't feel. Iris's shaky eyes were closed, But when she took a peek through her lids, her entire demeanor changed, and she began to reconsider. You don't feel what? Taylor's puppy eyes glowed brighter, and Iris could no longer resist. Never mind. Please ignore what I said. I'm just being weird. It would really be an honor to keep you company. She bowed deeply. Great. Taylor cheered, although it was not long before their coughs would once again attack. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. Under a thick, withering tree, Alucard sat, waiting in the safety of the shadows, deep in thought, peering up towards the mountain. He had been there when the adventurer Taylor had woken, and he eavesdropped on their initial conversations to ensure all was good. Now it was simply the time to wait, and for the past several hours, that's all he did. But that was when he heard the crack of a small tree branch, and his senses heightened. Who's there? He casually yawned. Oh, and here I thought you were asleep. Really hard to sneak up on you, huh? Alucard recognized that voice. It was without a doubt that of Leesvern of the Hollow Slayers. Please, you give me too much credit. I was simply lying down, that's all. He scratched his head. Anyways, what brought you here at a time like this? Straight to the point, huh? Well, this might be a little bit of a shock, but we're all going to leave right now to fight the beast on the mountain. Huh? Alucard nearly blurted, his eyes shooting wide awake under his mask. You wouldn't believe what happened. Taylor miraculously woke up. So, we decided to go slay the beast right now. You mind joining us? Vernon and Adam have already packed all our supplies. Alucard's brain spun in high gear. He had already anticipated that Taylor's awakening would help his goal of slaying the beast. His main goal was to complete the request in time for the House of Wisdom. As such, he had already thought of many ways to convince the Hollow Slayers to fight as soon as possible. He did not expect to do absolutely nothing. Alucard, oh, my apologies, my mind is still a little slow. I'd be glad to help. I'm the one who suggested to do this mission, after all. Alucard had several questions he wanted to have answered, but he decided to reserve them for later. Leesvern smiled. Great. When you're ready, we'll see you at the forest entrance from the back of the village. Don't be late. It would be trouble if we were forced to travel at night. Understood. I promise to not take long. By the time Alucard arrived at the base of the village, the Hollow Slayers had been long ready, surrounded by a group of villagers giving their prayers and goodwill. Hey, you're late. Vernon scoffed before Leesvern interjected. No, you're right on time. Everything all set. Apologies for my delay. I did not expect to take so long. And yes, I am fully prepared to go. From when Alucard left his tree, the sky had barely changed its tone, and the sun was near its brightest. Of course, he would have preferred if the sky was dimmer, but he could not delay for much or else he would raise suspicion or ill will. In fact, he had been going as fast as he could, but due to the lack of living trees aiding him with shade, it had taken him far longer than expected. Enough bickering. We should leave immediately. The sun will set if we take too long. Adam shook his head, taking his first step into the forest. Yeah, let's get going. Leesvern followed, but that was when he heard a sound calling from behind. Adventurers, won't you wait a bit to hear the words of an old man? Out of the masses, a single man appeared as the crowd immediately made way for him to pass. It was the village elder himself. Huh, what do you want now, old man? Can't you see we're in a hurry? Vernon sneered, his eyes glowing like a predator. The elder shuddered, not even attempting to compose himself, even for a public image. Please take these with you. They have healing properties. If you feel weakened, eat them. In his hands were a dozen ash blossoms, the same medicine he had shown them earlier. These are all we have left. Please, take them, and save our people, we beg of you. He slowly forced his aging body to bend down, holding the flowers over his head like an offering, shaking in his boots. Vernon did not know how to react. All he did was stare at the man below him in absolute disgust. Only when his friends called him from behind did he open his mouth. Hey, Vernon, what's the hold up? Nothing. I'm coming, he shouted before turning his focus back below him. Fine, I'll take it. He snatched the flowers with a quick swipe. But you better have left some with Taylor. If anything happens to them when I come back, I promise you it will not end well. He took a deep breath and spun around. The crowd of bustling cheers and prayers had suddenly turned stiff. None were able to even breathe as they stared at his back, only managing to regain their sense of self after he had completely vanished. "Elder, sir, will everything really be all right?" a man asked, petting his daughter who was shivering, hugging his legs. "Elder, I don't know," he slowly answered. "All I do know is that there are only hope. They're all extremely powerful. Hopefully enough. If they fail, we're all doomed. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit." Despite the slow, careful pace of the group, Alucard struggled to keep in line. The forest, if it still could be even described as such, was an odd, uncomfortable sight. The deeper they walked through its thick mist, the more withered it became. The few animals and beasts they saw at the start became nearly non-existent. The trees and shrubbery became far more sparse. The corpses and bones of dead animals increased along with the sound of croaking birds and the stench of rancid decay. Nevertheless, even more bizarre, the smoky mist became even denser to the point that they brought out a lantern to properly navigate. Signs of previous life could be seen everywhere. It was clear that it was once a thriving ecosystem, and all who lived there were either dead or had long migrated. In complete and utter silence, the Hollow Slayers went at a steady pace and kept their eyes alert, but it was Alucard who was the one most acute of all. Although he had never gone this deep, he had explored a large portion of the forest, and the withering and decay ahead of him felt as though it was accelerated. The level of corruption made him feel a hollow feeling in his stomach, although that was not the only thing that kept his nerves occupied. It was all eerily calm until one voice unexpectedly broke the quiet. "Hey, would you mind speeding up?" Vernon abruptly turned around, pointing his anger at the masked man lagging behind. "Hey, Vernon, it's okay. Just calm down." Adam tried his best, but not even he could tame his hot-headed ally. "I know you and everyone else are annoyed and thinking the same thing, but didn't want to say it out loud. So I'll speak what's on everyone's mind. What's your deal? You're slowing us down? At this rate, the sun will set before we get to the cave. What's your agenda, huh?" What Vernon spoke was indeed the truth. That question was on everyone's tongue, and the intrigue caused them to turn all eyes on Alucard. As such, Alucard stopped, as though taking a deep breath before he calmly spoke, seemingly unfazed. "I was simply trying to be more perceptive and careful. But that's not the only thing. I feel something wrong in the mist." "Wrong?" Vernon blurted, inching closer towards Alucard, grinding his teeth. "We're all being perceptive, but we're still." "Out of the way." Vernon had not even finished his words. Alucard moved within striking distance, and in the next instant, before his fighting instincts could kick in, Vernon found himself flung in the air with a blank face, tumbling to the ground. He blinked frantically. For moments, he laid down on the dead leaves, trying to understand what had happened, before he gritted his teeth and rage began to overtake his senses. He raised his head, his hands eagerly grasping the hilt of his sword, fully ready to cut Alucard down where he stood. But when he met his face, his gaze grew wider, and it was as though all those feelings had faded away. It was when he noticed them, despite how small they seemed. 3 needles stabbed straight through Alucard's chest, tipped in black ooze. Gawk Alucard croaked, dropping on one knee, spitting out liquids from beneath his mask. Vernon had long realized what had actually happened, but it was only when he heard the whispers of that dreaded sound echo through the mist did his anger finally trigger once again, and his blade found its new target. "Gagajiku Gikaku Ga. Goblins in the forest. We're surrounded," Leesvern yelled, quickly readying his sword. "I've already killed 2. Vernon replied. "What? 3, 4, 5, 6. All that Vernon could see was red, the putrid blood of his enemies splattering his face as they ran away, shooting darts that he casually dodged, sowing chaos within the disruptive ranks of the goblins. He had not forgotten the rage, nor the feeling of revenge these creatures brought upon him. Their evil grins, yellow, foaming mouths, bulging, bloodshot eyes, and putrid, bumpy green skin were deeply etched in his mind as he cut them down, and all that fueled his powerful charts. All fell within one strike of his rapier, using his secret technique, instant dash, to close the distance. He did not know if he had gotten stronger or if these goblins were simply too weak, and he cared not to know. All that he knew was that he would not allow even a single goblin to escape alive. 7, 8, 9, 10. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. It was a surreal moment of bloodlust that overcame Vernon. It was as though he was only half conscious as he let his emotions take control. He breathed heavy breaths, dropping his sword and clenching his heart, looking at the filthy corpses all around him. He went on one knee as the adrenaline began to fade, and only now did he notice how far he had pushed his own body. However, it was still not time to relax. He pushed his body to stand, balancing with the tip of his rapier as he stepped over the corpses as though they were mud. In the fighting, he had separated from the rest of his team, and he did not allow himself to rest without knowing that they were safe. However, it did not take him long before he and his tired eyes ran into a wall that sent him tumbling down. Instinctively, he bit his tongue and grabbed the hilt of his sword. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" But once he heard the voice it belonged to, his grip fell apart as he decided to stay down and rest. "Damn, you scared me. You really know how to sneak up on a guy you know." He panted. "I guess." Leesvern smiled, laying down, panting to his side. "Damn, you killed twice as many goblins as both me and Adam combined, you know." "Yeah, of course I did." He chuckled. "Blabbermouths. How can you be so relaxed? Aren't you worried about something?" Adam stood, looming over the both of them. "Huh, what is it?" Vernon wondered. These goblins must have come from somewhere. He sheathed his bow. What if they came from the village? Taylor. Vernon's mind jumped, and his hands imminently flung towards his sword. But that was when a coughing voice intervened. "I wouldn't worry about that. These goblins came from the way we're heading to right now, and not from the way of the village. I can guarantee you that on my life. They most likely came here with you as the target for revenge." Alucard. Vernon's eyes shifted, and his grip upon his sword loosened once again. "Hey, Alucard, how are you doing? Still alive after those 3 darts?" "Yeah, it's not that bad. They hit me where my armor was strongest. Besides, I had been picking up any ash blossoms we came across, and ate them all. With a bit of rest, I should probably be in fighting shape." "Yeah, figures." He grinned. "Still, I'm glad you're okay. But are you okay? You sound more relaxed. Do you really trust my words?" "I suppose." He chortled, looking at the darkening sky. Taylor was right. "You're not that bad. Thank you for what you've done." "Thanking me?" Alucard blurted. "Young, and you got off on the wrong foot. So let's start again. My name is Vernon Roselow, and it's nice to meet you." "R. Roselow." The light faded, and dust began to hold its grip on the foggy sky. Had the Hollow Slayers been in perfect condition, they would have long reached their destination before the darkness, but they decided to light a fire and set up camp while they recovered their strength and rested their wounds. The mist seemed to have lessened, but still, the tense atmosphere had yet to pass. Around the fire they all sat, watching it crackle in silence, basking in its heat. One such person was the poisoned Alucard, coughing every few seconds to break through the silence. Roselow, his mind spun. The previous conversation he had with Vernon was still vivid in his mind. Had it not been cut short by Vernon's sudden collapse from exhaustion, he would have pressed further to ask questions. These questions continued gnawing on his brain, and he could not resist but ask, despite the fact that Vernon had yet to even wake. "Roselow," he mumbled again, this time Leesvern picking up his words. "Did you say something?" "Yes," Alucard nodded. Vernon said that his name was Vernon Roselow. "That's his last name, right?" "Yeah, it is." He smiled. "I'm surprised he even told you that. He usually never tells anyone his full name." He laughed. "I see. So, he doesn't want people to find out he's a noble, right?" "Yeah, that's part of it." He nodded. "I see, that explains a lot of things. But that doesn't explain how you all got together and why Vernon is even here. I thought nobles were arrogant and boastful." "Yeah, most of them are. But Vernon is different. He's pretty much the reason we're all alive." He chuckled. "Leesvern." Adam gave him a nudge, and he promptly covered his mouth. "Oops, Maybe I've spoken too much. But that was when an unexpected sound broke in. It's fine. You can tell him. Vernon, Leesvern blurted, looking at his still-laying ally. Since when were you awake? How do you expect me to sleep when you're screaming right next to me? Huh, my bad. He rubbed the back of his head. Anyways, Vernon continued. I've already told him my last name, so telling him this is no big deal. Besides, it's better to pass our time while we recover doing something that isn't just looking at fire. Well, since you're okay with it, I'll start all the way from the beginning. Okay, Alucard nodded, moving his aching body to fix his posture. For as long as I could remember, I was an orphan. I did not even know how my parents looked like. That sentiment was also shared by Adam and Taylor, who were the only family I ever knew. We lived on a rural farm, taking care of animals and growing crops in harsh conditions for hours on end, all for a bowl of dry oats and a cup of water. Our new parents were more like slave owners than anything else, and that's exactly how we were all treated. We were beaten, overworked till we could no longer stand. But despite the awful treatment, we all had each other, and that was all that mattered. Until one day, when I turned 10, I killed both my foster parents with my own 2 hands. You killed them. Alucard's eyes twinkled under his mask. Yeah, but don't worry, if I was in that situation, I'd do it again. His eyes dove deeper, getting lost in the flames of the campfire. One day, we found out that our household was running thin on money, and our owners wanted to sell one of us. And that person was the weakest of us 3, Taylor. I still remember it vividly. The day where I woke up in that filthy stack of hay to witness my own sibling crying and screaming for their lives, getting yelled at and dragged out by their hair, and Adam whipped to the ground trying to help. Something inside me snapped, and I couldn't take it anymore. So, I grabbed the nearest pitchfork, and while Adam had them distracted by biting their legs, I snuck up and shoved the spikes through both their eyes. But it wasn't over. They fell on the ground and weren't dead with one attack. So I stood over their body and stabbed them again and again and again and again. Even when they no longer moved, I still continued. It was only when Adam got a hold of me did I finally stop stabbing their lifeless corpse. We were children, all scared, we all cried. The death of a human was something we never witnessed. At the moment, we didn't know what to feel. But looking back at things now, so many years in the future, we were definitely happy to still have each other, and maybe even happy to have gotten our revenge. We knew we did something wrong, and that staying in the barn would get us caught. So we hid the bodies, took all the food we could, and left. For months, we lived like rats on the street, stealing food, jewelry, and living under benches. But to us, it was all fine. We were okay with anything that didn't separate us. That's what brings us to one day, where our bond was once again threatened. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. Ha ha ha. I've finally caught you, you little runt. Think you can steal my bread from me again, bastards. A man chortled like a pig. His stomach protruded long past his waist, a stained apron hiding his hairy chest. His mismatched teeth out, grinning with a glance, exuding pure hatred past his filthy brown beard. In his right hand he held a large, bloodied butcher knife, and in his left he held a small child who dangled by his left leg. Go, take the food, and get out of here. I'll get rid of him and follow you guys. Leesvern yelled, waving upside down. No, we won't leave you, Taylor cried, shivering and shaking their head. I don't care about this bread if it means that you die for it. They dropped the loaf on the filthy, mud-soaked ground and ran with a closed fist at the gigantic brute. Witnessing such a sight, the man could not help but laugh out loud in amusement. Idiot, have a death wish? Should have ran away while you had the chance. With an even wider grin, he lifted his boots and kicked as hard as he could, expecting to see the fragile child fly like a ball. But instead, his leg met something much harder instead. Crack! Hey, Taylor, you okay? Adam panted, standing on his feet for a few seconds before dropping on the ground in front of Taylor. Adam! Taylor cried, breaking down and shuddering at the sight of the barely breathing Adam's bruised, broken arms he had used as a shield. Oh, still alive? I even infused that with a little key arts. That boy saved you, didn't he? Well, now it's your turn. Bon appetit. His enjoyment seemed to only increase. His jaws fell wide open as he lifted his legs, winding another kick. Stop it! Leesvern shrieked, trying his best to break loose of the man's hold, struggling with desperate, bloodshot eyes. The same eyes he bore when killing his foster parents, but no amount of effort could save him from this predicament. He felt his heart nearly explode out of his chest. In the moment, he felt the entire world shut down around him. Now more than ever, he understood how lucky he was to have even lived as long as he did. His voice was not powerful enough to command anything. But that was when another voice emerged, one that carried far more power than he could ever dream of. Stop that. What do you think you're doing to my servants? Huh? Who said that? The man stopped his kick and looked around to see nothing. Only when he lowered his head did he notice what voice dared talk to him. Runt, who do you think you are? Do you also want to... You dare address the young master in such a way? A sudden voice intervened, wearing a set of golden armor that shined through the filthy streets. His presence so drowning that the large man's legs immediately failed, and he found himself slouched on the cold, muddy ground, dropping the kid along with the knife in his arms. The man you're speaking to is none other than the son of the lord of these lands. Vernon rose low. His face turned pale, and his bladder nearly failed him. Immediately, he prostrated his head, no regard for the puddle of filthy mud dunked in his head. This must be a misunderstanding. These thieves were trying to steal from me, and... No, they weren't. They're my servants that I had ordered to fetch me a loaf of bread for my travels. Not only did you fail to recognize that, but you had also severely injured one of them. I'm sorry. Please have mercy. If I knew what I... Enough of your ramblings. Your words sicken me, pig. I'll set you free for now. So, out of my sight before I change my mind. You understood. He strenuously nodded, crawling away on all fours like a pig fleeing from a wolf. Now that that's taken care of, Vernon wiped his hands clean with a white cloth before turning his attention on the three kids, all in one place, where their friend with the broken arms fell. That kid will soon die if his wounds aren't tended to. Slowly, Vernon approached them, and as he came closer, he was met face to face with the wild, filthy sight of Leesvern's crying visage. Stay away from us. You're the son of a duke. Why help us? He cried. I have my reasons. Vernon groaned. That doesn't matter now, Leesvern. Taylor wept, looking down from the struggling Adam to Vernon's face overlooking them. Can you save them? Taylor, but can we really trust High? IT doesn't matter. Does it look like we have a choice? Taylor's tears streamed like a waterfall. Mr. Vernon rose low. Can you please save Adam? Yes, I can, but only under one condition. What is it? Leesvern bit his bloodied lips. That you three become my servants from today onwards, and forevermore. He seemed cruel at the time to threaten us like he did. Of course, we accepted, but at the time, we didn't have any other choice. Leesvern laughed softly, watching the sparks flicker off the campfire. But it wasn't really that bad. Sure, we did chores every now and then around the estate, but it was definitely nothing like our previous lives. We had warm beds, delicious foods, and even fancy clothes. But that was not the best part. The best part was when Vernon would call us specifically, and we would all train and talk together under the supervision of his personal instructor. That's where we truly became friends. All in all, it was honestly the best decision of my life. He laughed, scratching the back of his head at Adam, who stood directly next to him, nodding in agreement. I see. Alucard fixed his mask. But that doesn't explain how you ended up being the leader and why you even decided to become adventurers in the first place. Oh, that's easy. I'm not really the leader, it's just that I'm the face of the team when it comes to relations. Vernon has no social skills. In fact, we're his first and only friends. In school, even the ones who tried their best to suck up to him, because his status eventually ran away. The only reason he even went to the market that day was to buy some servants, since he wanted to settle an argument and prove to his classmates that money could actually buy him friends. Vernon's face reddened, and he turned his head, facing away. Lisburn's demeanor had remained somber as he told his story, but now, as he remarked, he began to regain a sense of his regular, jovial self. Indeed, Adam joined. We were lucky that he ran into us on the way. I wouldn't really call it luck. Vernon spoke, and all eyes fell towards him. I chose you guys for a reason. I guarantee that if it were any other people, I wouldn't have batted an eye. But the three of you moved me to act. In reality, I was jealous of how tightly knit you all were and how much trust you had in each other. Like family. As soon as I saw it, I knew how to be part of that no matter what. To be honest, I still don't know if I'm a proper member of the group. Of course you are. Lisbon seemed almost outraged. Don't you dare ever think that again. He stood up and proclaimed. Thanks. Means a lot. Alucard sat there, witnessing it all unfold. It seemed like his request for explanations had brought upon further developments, not only with the Hollow Slayers, but also within himself. He could almost feel a shred of sympathy relating it all to his own personal story. Well, anyways, Vernon coughed, trying to change the subject. The reason why we formed this group is because I didn't want to follow in the footsteps of my father, and we all wanted to go out and make names for ourselves out of nothing by helping people in need. It's a simple thing. Does that mean you and your father are not on good terms? I don't know. I haven't seen my father since I was 7. Take that as you will. Yeah, but I doubt he hates you. He sends you letters checking up on you every week and money every month, even now, after you decided to go your own path. Adam smirked. He also gave you all the freedom you could ask for. Your mother used to never speak highly enough of him. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. I doubt he writes to me himself. Those letters are probably from one of his servants, and the money he sends is just to ensure I stay alive and indebted to him. If he really cared, he would have come to visit me at least once in the past decade. Vernon sat up, laying on the tree behind him. From how you describe him, he doesn't seem that bad, Alucard commented. Are you serious? Vernon sighed. Well, we'll find out in about a week anyways. My mother is very ill, and he's coming to our mansion to pay her a visit during the annual Aramadier festival. I'll see him then, and then you'll give him exactly what's on your mind. Lisvern cheered. Damn right I will. Asterisk, a wooho. Asterisk. Their conversation halted as a loud, bestial cry echoed through all their ears and down their spines. They had nearly forgotten that they were in the midst of an unknown, dangerous forest at the cusp of midnight. Vernon, are you back to full strength? Yeah, just about. Good. Then I think we should get moving soon, Alucard suggested, forcing himself on 2 legs. Wait, why? I think we should at least wait for sunrise before we start moving again. He retorted. I think he's right. Spending the night in a place like this is dangerous. Adam followed Alucard's lead, picking up his belongings. As long as we're in fighting shape, I agree to keep moving. We're already near the cave. The faster we kill that thing, the less the villagers have to suffer. If we run into a beast and get injured on the way, then we will set up camp to recover again. Lisvern followed, leaving Vernon as the only man still sitting on his bottom. What about Alucard? He's still poisoned. Shouldn't we stay a bit longer? I've actually mostly recovered from my poison, see? Alucard opened his palm, releasing fire. My magic is fine, but my movements will be hindered. Also, the poison runs deep into the body. I don't think a week, much less a day, would make me recover. Well, if that's the case, then you should stay behind us and give range support. No, it's okay, I can still. I insist. We can handle the front lines easy. Vernon rested his hands on Alucard's shoulders, giving him reassurance before walking ahead of him. Okay, let's make this quick and get back to the village. Keep your eyes peeled and let's get going. Alucard and the Hollow Slayers continued their slow, careful path through the forest. The only light they possessed was a lantern held by Lisvern at the helm of the group. It allowed them enough room to properly navigate their way through, yet it left much of their surroundings completely unknown. Alucard, who walked a considerable distance to the back, and his night vision were the only ones able to fully take in what truly encircled them. He had yet to lay eye on the map, even a single time, but just by looking, he could immediately tell that they were no doubt very close to the source. The decay had reached a level he had not even considered nor mentally prepared for. The rotting smell of death followed everywhere he went. Tree barks were a dark obsidian tone, no leaves to be seen hanging on their branches. They were on the soil, ground into what he could only describe as ashen dust that mixed well with the bones of dead animals, or possibly even humans. He had long known that whatever was causing this was a powerful creature, and the doubts he had harbored began to magnify. But that was when his thinking was interrupted by a faint, dim light dropping down from the sky above and floating near his shoulders. "Lord Alucard," the voice whispered. "Hello, Luck," he acknowledged. "I've scouted ahead. You're very close to the cave." "Yeah, I can tell. I also wanted to look inside like you asked me, but it was as if something's stopping me from going. Maybe I'm too scared, but I have a bad feeling about this." "I do too," Alucard nodded. "But this mission was not rated very difficult, so either we are overestimating things, or there is yet another element of deception at play. Either way, if I feel like something's off, I'll try to convince them to flee." "Understood." He fluttered his wings. "Also, my lord, when are you going to stop pretending to be poisoned? Is this part of your plan?" Luck imminently noticed, knowing full well that vampires were immune to most, if not all poisons. "Of course it is." He nodded. "Like this, I have a reason to act weak when the sun comes out, and I get to have an excuse to stay back during combat and let them take the brunt while I remain in safety to assess the situation." Yes, of course." Luck giggled. "Using them as pawns to further your own goals, as expected of my lord." "Pawn is a little bit of a harsh word, don't you think?" "My lord." "Yes, it was my plan at first, when I pretended to be injured, but now—" "And my lord," Luck interrupted him. "Don't tell me that you're actually feeling—" "Hey, Alucard!" A voice suddenly appeared, calling from the front, and Luck panicked, quickly hiding within the cracks of Alucard's armor. "Yes," he answered, looking forward towards Vernon, who called his name. "We were cut off short, and I didn't get to ask you this. But what do you think about joining the Hollow Slayers as a new member?" "Me? A new member?" His eyes dilated. "Yeah, why not? I think we've hit it off well. Besides, it seems like you're a newbie adventurer. It'd be advantageous to, even to temporarily, join a team to help you get the hang of things, no?" The question caught Alucard completely off guard. Joining them? The question had never even crossed his mind a single time until this moment. "I'll consider it. But first, let's kill this beast before we start discussing our future, okay?" "Ha ha ha. Gotcha. No worries, I can wait. But really, we'd love to have you join." Thank you." Had it been the Alucard from even a few days prior, he would have no doubt instantly declined. But now he began to consider. Indeed, there were advantages to joining a team considering his inexperience, and if he decided to join a group, he found it very hard to imagine another team as trustworthy as the Hollow Slayers. But as he previously stated, now was not the time to weigh his options. "We're here." Finally, they all stood in front of the cave. Its black jaws were sweeping, lined with rocks that seemed almost like sharp icicle-like teeth, and the floor was littered with scattered bones and dead roots, almost forming a path, inviting them inside. The odd sound of howls and croaking birds could not reach them where they stood, and the air had never felt so still. But, to Alucard, what was oddest of all was that no matter how hard he tried, he could not see what lay further within. Normally, his dark vision would naturally illuminate even the darkest caves. But this one, it was covered in some dark miasma of shadows that not even he could penetrate. Still, strangely enough, he did not feel anything odd. If anything, he felt calm and confident, unconsciously took a step forward before shaking his head and halting his step. "I have a bad feeling about this. We should immediately leave," Alucard suggested, and all looked behind to face him with an odd look of puzzlement. "Why? Why would we leave now after we've come this far?" Leesburn raised an eyebrow. "I agree. We're almost in perfect condition, and we most likely have the upper hand on the sleeping monster. It would be idiotic for any adventure group to leave now." Adam narrowed his eyes. "MHM, maybe, That poison is messing with your head. I'm certain we can kill the thing. The Hollow Slayers have faced worse before. He chuckled. No, I think it's your head that's messed up. This is a graveyard. If you can see what I see, you'd think the same. Alucard inwardly thought, but didn't find the energy to speak it out loud. Okay, let's get going and finish things quick. I want to get back to Taylor and give them the good news. Vernon took the lead, heading into the cave. Yeah, that would be nice. Leesvern followed. Idiots, be quiet. They're going to wake up the beast and make it all for naught. Adam shook his head, readying his bow and stepping forward. Alucard's mouth opened once more, and he reached his hands ahead towards his moving allies. But once again, nothing came out but a small puff. Maybe I'm overthinking things. He took a deep breath and calmed his mind, a human habit he had tried his best to forget. He shook his head, slowly following them inside. Alucard was alien to this world. He did not know what to expect at all. While, on the other hand, the Hollow Slayers were expert adventurers who were in the field for years. Perhaps they noticed something that he did not. Indeed, it must be paranoia. If the Hollow Slayers were confident of winning, then certainly that must be the case. He continued his walk forward, ease in his unbeating heart. Lord Alucard, a small voice shakenly whispered from within his armor. But Alucard paid it no heed as he continued his path forward, or perhaps he did not even hear it. The Hollow Slayers had long left his sight. He did not even notice their lantern, so he hurried his steps. For once in his entire vampiric existence, his eyes were open, yet all he saw was dark. The sound of liquids splashing from the roof and the echoes of his own steps were the only things his senses noticed. It felt never-ending. More and more until finally he was met with light, the full light of the Hollow Slayer's lantern as they went in full view. But that did not last for long. He felt reassurance, only until he noticed and looked closely at their faces. There were only 2 people standing within that light, and even more laying in the shadows. He did not know where the third member had gone until it suddenly made itself known, dropping to the ground. At least only a half. Long, purple hair missing from his cracked skull showered above him like gentle rain, landing softly on his face. Yet, his face was anything but such. He was known for his harsh, aged appearance, but what his visage wore fell far beyond that. His hazel eyes were blank, pushed to the back of his head, his small nose secreted blood, surrounded by wrinkles from his ghoulish visage. His bottom half was missing, completely severed, leaking liters of blood along with his brown, pumping intestinal tract, oozing out what little half-digested meals it had remaining in an odd form, a mixture between feces and food. It was only when he noticed the bound next to his corpse did Alucard finally recognize who this uncouth, mutilated corpse belonged to. Alucard stood stiff, unreacting in face of it all as his mind ran wild. Only the abrupt, banshee-like, echoing shrieks brought him out of his calm daze. Ah. Get away from me. Get away from me. Leesvern dropped his lantern and cried. His voice reached a pitch that Alucard did not know was even possible. Despite the low light, with a mere glance, he noticed his ghastly, crumpled visage and gaping mouth. His blonde hair stood stiff, and his eyebrows shakingly furrowed. As he ran, the sound of his heart pounding and the clatter from his teeth and bones were so loud that Alucard could isolate them through the sound of his rattling armor and piercing cries. Alucard witnessed a look of true horror, unlike anything he could even imagine. A look uttered, "Save me." In that moment, Leesvern noticed the stiff Alucard, reaching his arms out towards him. But, far before he could close the gap, his attempts were ended by something large and poignant extending out of the shadows, ramming him through like a spear the size of a tree trunk, his intestines and organs exploding out of him like crimson confetti. Blood splattered like a geyser upon Alucard's mask, yet he did not smell nor notice the succulent smell of human blood so close to him. His eyes did not even blink, peering towards his now lifeless corpse. His pupils that Alucard had only ever seen as bright and jovial faded to a dark white, and his mouth secreted blood dripping on the ground. Alucard did not know that his expression of pain could have increased, but there he witnessed it before his eyes fell towards his core. His innards had been completely obliterated, still pulsating on the bloodied ground like dying worms. The only organ yet to drop was his stomach that remained stuck on the tip of whatever stabbed him, which he could only describe as the dark exoskeleton on a scorpion stinger. The dark, large tail rattled in the air, raising Lisvern's corpse waving up above. And with movements so quick that Alucard could barely even perceive, it dragged itself back within the shadows from which it emerged. Alucard witnessed it all, yet still he stood unmoving. Any man would have been mortified at such gore and feeling of imminent death. Yet that was far from what lingered in Alucard's mind. Lisvern, he thought to himself. His perception was shattered. Although they had only known each other for mere days, Alucard could not fathom that the sorry excuse for a man running for his life was indeed the selfless, unyielding adventurer he had envisioned in his head. It was to the point that he began to doubt everything he had told him as mere fairy tales. Alucard blinked several times and refocused his gaze ahead. Now, there was only one Hollow Slayer left standing. The man Lisvern had abandoned to save his own life. He was a man who could not be even compared to his lowly peers, nor maybe any human. The ways he moved were demonic. His eyes were stained in red, like a bloodshot beast. Veins popped building from every inch of his body, and his teeth possessed cracks, slowly crawling towards his bleeding gums. He only spoke in cries and grunts, yet he could still be understood nonetheless. Those were not cries of fear nor dread. Rage would not even do it justice. They were the wails of his unbridled, primal wrath. His movements were so quick, and his attacks so powerful that the ground began trembling, and the sharp rocks on the ceiling began tumbling, fighting that same large stinger that had taken Lisvern's life. Yet, despite it all, Alucard knew the outcome with but a mere glance. The fight did not even last 10 seconds before it was over. Yet, the end did not come at the hand of the stinger, nor his piercing rapier, but instead, it came at the cost of his own hands. Out of every orifice, blood leaked and exploded, gushing like a bursting dam. And with one final cry, Vernon, the final member of the Hollow Slayers, fell, undoubtedly dead. Yet, unlike the rest, his death face was not the same. It did not harbor any fear, any anguish, nor even any anger. To the stiff, gazing Alucard, that face, those tears were without a doubt those of regret and sadness. Like a beast, he fought, but in the end his death was more noble than the most dignified of humans. Vernon's dying expression lasted in Alucard's mind, deeply ingrained. He did not move, and simply continued watching until suddenly he woke out of his stupor by a shriek echoing from within his armor. "My lord, run away! Now! Huh!" Alucard snapped, regaining the light of his crimson-red stare. Quick sprint, Tier 1. Camouflage, Tier 1. Dampen, Tier 1. Odorless, Tier 1. He cast all the spells he needed. Retreat was now the only thing present on his mind. But before he could move even a single limb, that same tail once again emerged, and this time he was the target. It was so swift, so poignant that despite his superior senses and the massive distance between them, he only barely managed to avoid fatal injury. Yet imminent death was still looming over through the umbral, rigid shadows. The tip of the stinger had missed his core, but instead landed directly on his collarbone. He was pinned to the ground. No matter what spell he used, how much effort he conjured, he could not break free. The tail would not budge, and its exoskeleton would not burn, nor even be scratched. All he could do was gaze towards the darkness, as the large, tapping sound of the steps from his grim reaper slowly encroached, ready to deliver destined death. Yet even in such peril, Alucard's eyes still glowed with hope. "Look, when whatever that thing comes, flash it with your light. That's our only hope." Luck did not respond, and the unease began to set in within Alucard's heart. "Luck, and my lord, it's too dark. I can't. I'm sorry, it will never." Luck's words abruptly ceased, like he had lost his breath. The shadow looming above Alucard had suddenly become denser, and the weight pushing Alucard dug even further in. Alucard knew the monster was finally here. Any delusion of escape instantly evaporated from Alucard's mind. Without a doubt, he wanted to survive, but more than anyone, he understood that was no longer an option. The being above him was simply far beyond his comprehension. He thought he had finally understood the nature of this world, how to exploit it, how to live an easy life. But this world is far too unexpected. He even began to harbor thoughts that someone like him could even form allies, maybe even friends. In this unknown world, as a nameless, lowly vampire in a dark, barren cave on his very first escapade, he would die with nothing, none even to know his name. Had he fled the moment he witnessed Adam's corpse, or even trusted his own intuition before entering this death trap, he may have been able to escape. Now, his previous thoughts were even more solidified. He now more than understood that all he needed in life was himself. What a joke. At least it was better than my old life. He could not help but inwardly chuckle. I lasted longer than I expected. I'm proud, Ren Silver thought to himself. The spiral of dark emotions continued to set, and a smile overcame Ren as he flowed back into his memories. But that was when the darkness began to fade, not within his mind, but from his own eyes. The weight began lifting off his shoulders, and a sound, one that seemed unlike the language the common people spoke, nor the speech of his own world, echoed within his heart. You, those bloody eyes, thou art a vampire. No, a fellow being born of the abyss. Why hast thou come encroaching upon our domain? Why hast thou come with humans in tow? Indeed, this world was without a doubt an unexpected place. Ren had finally accepted death, but it seemed like death was not yet ready to accept him.